Joel said the guys didn't have that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're doing the greatest thing I last year, of course. Going mixed up, being a rock, building a rock, and they're just playing probably for pretty much breaking every farmer, but of all most of them being treated out by better younger kids.
Sounds good.
Normally the junior girls, the under 14, the under 15, the under 14, the over 25.
And he
Oh,
just
that's
said,
tomorrow morning. He comes Saturday.
yeah, he said to Corey that Corey Bento said he was like, I'm
So that's
fine
the
with
first
going
group.
to that.
Yeah, he might come tonight, you know.
Yeah, and then I'm like, I was thinking to myself,
They're ranked right, 52K.
he didn't know the plan and job.
What's it senior?
It's like, oh, you have so much to get.
Too far behind.
Well, I don't know it because I don't know how they group it.
Hey?
I don't know how they group it. How many events are grouped together?
My understanding is that's one group, the seniors is a group. Is that right, Jeff?
Yeah.
What's that done?
I think that's one group of skiers,
Boat crew, yeah.
boat crews, yeah, and the seniors are a boat crew and the opens boat crew, isn't it? Yeah, I believe
But we say up on that sheet up there.
yeah, it should have the judges.
See that sheet on the window there, the one that I gave you before? It'll tell you, they won't have the judges, but that one will tell you when the boat crew changes on.
Oh, yeah. So that's one boat crew, 14's a boat crew, 15's a boat crew, well, 19's a boat crew, I should say.
Yeah, what constitutes just seniors?
Seniors. So it'll be seniors, girls
Well,
and
it's
women.
swapping over.
Over.
But
23
it's just a matter of
Girls and
swapping.
boys, juniors,
So
girls and boys.
Final
So you just spare finish
So the next
swapping
one
the
is the
speed,
seniors trips you've got to get
but
ready.
it's swapping it to end automatically.
She was talking about running Slalom maybe and not run, so we haven't got any Slalom.
No, well, let's get these ones put
So
in order and then we
finished,
can
and then,
do
no, I
Slalom.
didn't have to enter new skier, I just had to
So-
set the speed. But it was already telling me that there was going to be a start from up there.
Seniors trips minimum, okay, start list for seniors trips.
I just in case I issue.
I think she will. We'd like to think that she's going to shorten.
Yeah.
She's been really sick now.
Oh, she?
We went to the RSL on Thursday night. No, Wednesday night. And I mean, she didn't have anything different to anybody else, so but she was really sick yesterday. So whether it's just some bug or whether it's something she ate or what. She looked like she was feeling better last night. She's so pale anyway, but she was almost like transparent. So we're like, But she said it couldn't be the better time because she got a pillow and she was sick yesterday, which didn't matter.
Just
Yeah.
a couple of groups, yeah.
Could be.
That is marvellous, you know.
Nice now,
The more you do it, the better you get.
Well, you only have one group to put in this time, so no wonder.
But it's the boxes you tick as well. So who's that after that one?
It's on the exit gate, so it's already switched over.
Oh, no.
So I'm just going to change it and reset.
Then six, we're staying at 55K, 16
it was
minutes.
alright. Yeah, it was close, yeah.
Well, we've got no way of telling that I've
Yeah,
got.
I thought it was close, but I was okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I forgot your name, apologies, Jeff.
Yeah, Nick Murray.
So is Coburn just COC?
Oh, we can't tell it.
Yeah, that's right.
I bet you
No, I thought it was okay, yeah.
It's cold out there, Michael. It's cold.
I'm glad we're in here then. We've got the best job.
Oh, I've got plenty of clothes. Hey? I've got plenty of clothes in the car. Oh, so good for me in the car, but.
What do you need
On time.
Like saying.
you live down here, you should be used to it.
We meant to have 40 degrees today.
We've got, the other night was 3 degrees.
That's his title.
That's changed how to work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Just consistently.
Yeah, same. It's doing the same thing each time.
It's only going to be an issue if we have to review gates.
Yeah.
Well, there,
No,
I've got
no,
my
no.
colours and then
Yeah,
that's a group by itself.
This will give you much
Yeah, no.
better picture quality anyway.
yeah.
to review.
And this should be round 2 tricks done.
Huh?
Round 2 tricks done after this one. Thank you.
Low score 75 and 94, 9-4.
Hello?
Why then have I still got open
Being
beams and
at
bottoms?
55k, 14 meters.
Joel, you need to be, you need to talk to John.
Oh no, it's all right, they're there.
Okay? No, I'm gonna
Still
do
got
it
senior
because
woman,
it's
where
too
should
judgy.
they be?
So, yeah.
I'll take them off the bottom of this list.
So I need to print that one again, do I?
It's like, we normally, like, in national
Yes,
circle, always
yes,
got
yes,
those
correct.
But yeah, it's
Yeah,
all
so like
tricks and slalom here and then.
Okay, so it's like this bad.
Trick and jump here and then trick and slalom out there, but it's,
What do you want to know?
So where's that your brain?
Which,
I'm looking at the boat down here, but I can hear it.
yeah.
Okay, here's Sarah Wainwright, 14 metre line. 2, stands up out of 2, gets inside 3. That's all right though. 2 on the 14.25 for Sarah. She got to ski 3 times today. The over 35s have got a big day today, so she won't be wanting to be coming out of this too, have her energy too sapped. Pretty excited about this next event, the over 35 men's slalom. There's some very good Aussie slalomers in here. There's some Kiwis that have only really, they normally ski at 58k to be fair, and they've put their speed down so they don't have a ranking score. They've never skied a tournament at 55, which means their ranking's actually quite low. So they're going to come out first. So some of the better skiers in this event, possibly we're going to see out there skiing first. And I'm thinking of the likes of the Kiwi team captain, Cammy Evans, Lance Green, of course, Chris Shaw. Yeah, I don't know if you missed out on that news last night, but Cammy Evans has been named the team captain for New Zealand. Shows good energy, geeing up the team. Motivational talks are legendary. And I tell you what, if you ever need a reride, Cammy's very good at getting you one. He's stormed down a few judges' tower doors over the years. Kicked some doors in. Chris Shaw coming up next. He's the first of the men's skiers. Skied a tournament, pre-Oceania tournament on the weekend. Skied 1 on the 11.25, so he'll be looking for that sort of form. is Chris Shaw out of Auckland, president of the Auckland Waterski Club, one of the biggest waterski clubs in Oceania, you'd have to say. Not quite as flash as Mulwala, but probably has a similar sort of a bank account. And there we go, Chris Shaw on the 14.25. Oh, because it was a horror story. You saw it. Getting smashed up on the roof. Yes. Yeah. Same thing. This Okay, Chris Shaw now, the first of the men's in the over 35 division. This is the 13-metre line. Conditions pretty good out there right now, you'd have to say. See how he goes. Really talented three-event skier, Chris. Just as you get a little bit older, you start to just put a little bit of weight on around the waist and that, and make some of the things you used to be able to do on a ski a little bit harder. But Chris getting through that 13-metre pass, pretty nice actually. Okay, here we go. Chris Shaw now. This is the 12-metre line, the blue shortening. This is a pass that he will desperately want to run. Good start on one. Round two. Looking pretty good at the moment, round three. Just in a little down course now as he heads across the four. He's going to be late for five, but he should get there. Oh, no. What happened? Oh, I thought he was late out of four, but I thought he could have given a bit of a heave-ho and got himself across the five. He'll be a bit disappointed with that one, Chris. I know he did struggle a little bit in practice here the last couple of days. Skis a lot of the Iraqi Basin. He didn't find this site to be as good as the Iraqi Basin. Didn't feel like it skied quite as easy.
finally open my eyes. I can see it's just a moment in time. Now I finally open my eyes.
So in this event, not everyone's going to make the final here. We've got a few getting cut out, I think. We have had some withdrawals, so I've lost track of how many. Oh, they're all making the final? Yeah. 11 down to 8. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're getting some bum advice here from my statistician next to me. But, yeah, so 3 are going to miss out. 4 at 12, though, is not a bad score. You'd think that Chris Shaw should be okay with 4 at 12. But we'll have to wait and see. These old guys can slalom. There's a lot of good slalomers in amongst here. It's hard. It is hard to pick the cut. I think if the conditions hold like this, I think the cut for this event could be around 2 or 3 at 12, maybe even 4. It's going to be a decent sort of a cut as long as conditions hold. So Chris Shaw is kind of safe, but not 100% safe. I think he'll be a little bit nervous down there whether he makes it through to the next round. Listen. Okay, coming up next, Cammy the Cannonball Evans, the Kiwi team captain, former superstar of New Zealand junior water skiing, of course. Made some finals at under 17 and under 21 world championships. Used to be a very good 3-eventer. Former, of course, winner of the Junior Moomba overall, Junior Moomba jump winner, although he hasn't jumped for a number of years now. Very accomplished skier, Cammy Evans, out of Auckland. And possibly the youngest here because he turned 35 in May. So he's just scraped in. But he's an entertainer, Cammy, and we look forward to it here. This is going to be Cameron Evans on the 14.25 metre line. I start on 1. Cammy had about 10 days skiing up at Oceania with Emma Shears up there, getting his eye. And it was a little bit windy up there, though. I don't know if he got as much skiing in as he wanted. That's a nice 14.25 metre pass.
Funny though, because you watch the 25,000 people watch
Cammy Evans now, the 13 metre line. They're quite long wait times, aren't they? So we're going to have to start thinking of things to talk about between slalom passes. 13 metre line. I don't expect Cammy to have too many problems with this pass. He's very strong slalom skier. Skied right through a New Zealand winter, did Cammy. Got to admire the guy, put a lot of effort in. Down the Iraqi basin, he's been dieting, he's dropped 10 kgs. He's been skiing most mornings right through June, July, August in New Zealand. Mind you, it's acclimatised him quite well for the Australian summer, got to say. Okay, so Cammy's mum, Anne, is just there. She's still nervous. Still nervous mum when her baby is 35. There you go. Now that was 13 heads, so this is 12 coming up, yeah. So 12, I reckon, if you wouldn't want to get 1 or 2 here, you definitely need to get 3 or 4 if you're going to have any chance of making the final, I think. Cammy will look to run it though. He's been, I think you drove him a couple of times up there for training at your lake, and he was running 3s and 4s at 11 metre kind of style, so it's in reasonable form. Ed's calling this pass 50-50 for Cam. Well, I guess it's the 80-second drop time, but it does seem to be some sort of delay down there. I'm not sure. Well, that's good. If you can get any sort of delay, that's good, because it just lets the water settle down a bit more. I wouldn't put it past Cammy to be doing some sort of delay down there. Here he is now, 12 metre line. Cameron, he rears up out of 1. He's in a bit of trouble, but he's big 2 ball. He's back on this. Round 3, he's fighting hard across the 4. He's got 4. He should get to 5. Cammy runs the 12 metre line. Yeah, wow. Huge sigh of relief, I reckon, because 1 ball was a dog's breakfast. He had no right to run that pass after that 1 ball, but he managed to scrape his way through it. Goes on to the 11.25. So of course we've got they got the old people slaloming, then they're going to have a trick, and then we've got the open women's jump, then the old people will jump again, and then we've got the open men's jump, and then that'll finish at about 3 p.m. and we've got the slalom portion of the ultimate skier coming up, which is going to be pretty exciting. There's going to be a mixed, because obviously the tournament skiers will slalom pretty well because that's their thing. Some of the barefooters and wakeboarders and ski racers might struggle a little, and show skiers a little with the slalom. We'll have to wait and see. So that'll be interesting. We have a bit of a mixture there. We might have some reasonable slalom scores into the short line, and we might have some struggling to get through maybe 43 or 46k. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go, Cammy Evans, 11.25. Well, I'm picking 2 boys here, but I'm just see if he can prove me wrong. See if he can get a bit more than 2. Into 1 he goes. Oh, deep on 1 there, so half on the 11.25. Decent score though, decent score. And the Kiwi crowd goes wild. Yep, so next up we'll have Lance Green. So the Kiwis all seated at the bottom at the moment in this event, the first 3 anyway. Okay, so Lance Green will be on the water shortly. He'll be 55 14 metre. He, Aussie fans, of course, remember him from years gone by in the Moomba Masters. Here's Lancey Green now. Got the full wetsuit on and just coming to Australia, of course. You need the full wetsuit to ski sometimes when you come from the warmer New Zealand. Nice 14. I'm going to be joined in commentary now by the president of Oceania waterskiing, Ed Donald. Ed, you've got to be stoked with the way these Oceania champs are coming off so far.
Oh, absolutely loving it, Glenn, and what a facility. The Mulwala guys have done themselves proud, haven't they? You know, it's been 11 long years since I was here for an Aussie Kiwi, and it was pretty basic back in those days, and developing the lake. They're improving the washback first, but the infrastructure and the planting, and you know, it's just a world-class site, Glenn. But loving the skiing out here at the moment. Of course, at the moment I've got my black jacket on, not the IWWF jacket on, and supporting the Kiwis. And yeah, just loving the performance. Cammy Evans, you know, running the 12 metre, that's huge. But Lancey Green, he has only had 2 sets since the New Zealand Waterski Nationals almost a year ago. He's just an absolute natural talent. But slalom is the one event that wrecks his body. He's hit the ramp a number of times, and he's been his trickings come together, but it just ruins his back slaloming. But he's just so balanced on his ski. I told him the other day, he just absolutely smacked the 11 metre. So yeah, despite the lack of practice, just watching this guy on the water, I think we're going to have a huge score here very soon, Glenn.
Excellent. Okay, here we go. Lancey Green, this is the 13 metre line. One ball, 2. Nice 3 ball. He's on time and early at the moment. Heads into 5, and he's absolutely smoked this pass. Good skiing on the 13 metre line. Okay, so Lance, Lance will be coming back in on the 12 now, and we're predicting the cut to be somewhere around halfway down this pass maybe, so he needs to get halfway down this pass. So Lance is coming back at 12 metre line.
Yeah, as you said, Glenn, I think the cut's going to be pretty much deep 12. I'd say Chris Shaw might have a bit of a nervous wait here with 4 on the 12, but I think to be assured for a position in the final, you're going to have to pretty much run this pass in the over 35. Of course, the over 35 section, very quickly has become really our biggest event in IWWF. Is absolutely huge. The over 35 World Champs, which have just recently run this year.
Yeah, those over 35 Worlds held, of course, in France. Lancey Green, good start on 1, early for 2. Looks this way across the 3, making pretty easy work of this 12-metre pass. Just stands up and waits for 4 ball. What an easy pass for Lance Green, easy as you like. Oh, put your hands together. Superstar on the 12-metre line. Yeah, they South of France over 35 Worlds in. Australia with a big team. Great to see that. A good. No Kiwis. Kiwis have shied off a little bit from over 35 Worlds over the years, and hopefully we've got a few Kiwis here at this event, and hopefully they will get excited about over 35 World competitions and start attending more of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. New Zealand's got the talent, the over 35 section, but, it's a time of life, I suppose, between 35 and 45 that life gets hold of you. You've got young families and businesses and houses to renovate. But, it's good to see these guys, former New Zealand representatives, coming back and enjoying the company of each other, getting out for a bit of physical activity a couple of times a week, and then getting to travel with their cobbers. So, they're reliving their youth, aren't they, Glunt? Just had a text from my oldest son, Jimmy. He said Lancey also ran this next pass, 11 metre, last weekend at the Aoraki Basin. So he's done it back-to-back in practice. The few days before up at Kirwan, he absolutely smacked the 11 metre. He did it at the Aoraki Basin on salt just a few days ago. So maybe Lancey's going to be the first guy to run the 11 metre today.
Yeah, well, conditions are pretty good. There's a little bit of a tail cross for this pass, but not bad at all, really. And looking at the forecast, this is probably the best conditions we'll get this weekend. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic, but there's some fairly strong winds coming through tomorrow and Sunday. So Lance is certainly slaloming at the right time here, in the right conditions. And let's hope this 11-metre line goes down. And the 1 he goes. Round 1, big 1 ball, out of 2. Oh, geez, he rears up, but he's okay, folks. Hanging in there, he's doing pretty well, Lance. Getting a little bit late now, but he should get this, I think. He's around 5, and there we go. He runs the 11.25 metre line. Wow.
Wow, what a talent. What can you say, Glenn? He comes to life at Oceania's done it. You remember back to the Oceania champs was Lancey Green versus Archie Davis, coming down to the jump. Super Saturday, wasn't it? And he smacked out a PB for 8 years.
Well, it wasn't just Archie Davis in that jump final. It was Alex King and Jimmy Gion, of course. There was 4 of them that could have taken that title. It was very close. But yeah, Lance, of course, coming through. He's a big game player. And we see how his body feels for Sunday's final, though. There's some big hits out there on the 11.25. Well, the Kiwis were at the bottom seeds here, but they've sent a big out catch me if you can Skippy here, Ed, because the Aussies will be on the dock with the knees chattering, shaking in their boots here after the 11.25 goes down.
Not hearing too many Aussie oi-oi-ois at the moment, are we, mate? No. They certainly put a hush through the MCG.
Wow, 10.75. By the way, this is a PB for Lance at 55k. because it's his first time he skied at 55 since he was 12 years old in a tournament. Let's see how he goes on the 10.75. Round one. Oh, great one ball. Wonderful start. Oh, he just pops the handle out at 2. 1.5 on the 10.75. Well done, Lance Green. What's happened to Lance? There's something going on. We've got a medical team. Perforated eyeball after slam dunking. Some of those boys, their handles flicked up into his eye maybe. Not sure. We've got a medical team just looking at Lancey. She'll be fine. Well, we've seen what New Zealand's got on offer. Let's see what the Aussies have got. We've got the first Australians, Mark Lauder. He's a little bit older than Cammy Evans. In fact, he's almost twice his age. So that's the problem a little bit with this switch. All over 35. And a guy like Mark Lauder would normally ski in the over 65s. Now, Mark, of course, he is one guy that goes to all the world champs. Ed, he's retired now. Travels to all the major events. He does all 3 events, still jumps. You want to see the knee brace contraptions he has to go for a jump. And it's good to see him out. I think that was 52.18. There's Mark now. This will be 55k, 18 metre. He's getting a little bit down course here. He's going to be scrapping and fighting to run this, I think. He's getting it done, is he? Yeah, good work, Mark Lauder, as he runs 55k.
Just to face the calling.
Maybe that. It is louder that one.
Just to face the calling. Tundra is bleeding. Cold is shrieking. The hours of come back to
Okay, here's Mark Lauder now. This is 55, 16 metre line. So onto the shortenings now. Good start on one. A little bit down course here now and slips inside four. Has a bit of a jump. The favourite of on, gives the sprays a bit of water on. Look out, Big Red, I'm coming for you in a couple of hours, of course. These old dudes have got 3 rounds pretty much back to back here today.
just to face the calling. We are one way moving. We are one heart to free. We are one sacrifice. Just to face the calling. Just to face the calling.
Okay, so Mark, of course, 3 on that previous pass. He's heading back to the starting dock. He's done for a set. He's unfortunately going to struggle, I think, to make the final. So this is probably the last time we'll see Mark on a slalom ski at Oceanias. But his event, of course, is the jump event. He was the silver medalist at the World Championships in over 65 jump. He jumps around that kind of high, mid to high 30s. Fortunately, New Zealand have come here with some superstars, of course, and Lance Green and Fritz Shaw in that over 35 jump. So, ironically, might be harder to get a medal here than it was at Worlds. Of course, keep in context that at Worlds he would have been skiing in over 65s, and here he's skiing in over 35s, but still. Okay, we've got Aussie now, of course. Peter. I haven't read his last name yet. I will read it. Said it to me and stumbled through it, and so I don't want to butcher it until I read it. Peter Tomanovitz. Peter Tomanovitz. Does that sound any good? Where's his wife over here? Tomanovitz, I'm going to call him. He's got 3 at 12 as a personal best, which I reckon is going to be about where the cut is for this event, this final. Okay, here's Peter now. This is, what is this? 13 metre. He's right into it, isn't he? Getting late though. He's in a bit of trouble. He's late out of 5. I don't think he'll get to 6. And oh, geez, that's not good there. 5 at 13. Oh, I don't know if he's going to make the final with that. We'll have to wait and see. A little bit disappointing there. There's a slight tail breeze for that pass, but I tell you what, it's not much. Very good conditions. This is probably just about the calmest conditions that I've seen in the last couple of days here on at Mulwala, so conditions are certainly there. His Test, test, test. Is that working? Is the PA working? Yep. Okay, cool. Sorry. That's Cal McCracken. That was the 14.25 metre line. He's just completed that pass. Cut at the moment is 4 at 12, so Chris Shaw and Campbell McCracken are fighting it out at the moment, the two Kiwis, for that final spot. There's still a few more to go though, so it might not end up that at the end. Yeah, we will have runoffs if we have a tie for the final. So if I was Chris Shaw, I would not be getting too far away. Well, if someone else gets 4 at 12 and it's a bubble, you will have a runoff to make the final.
Can't we just flip a coin or down a pint or something?
Talk to Bruce Covert about the rules.
We'd love that.
Not sure. Downing a line. I thought of it a 40 go through.
Well, how far off the bubble is it?
It is the bubble.
4 at 12 is the bubble.
At the moment.
Well, there's only been after you three, like you, like Campbell, there's only been.
If Campbell doesn't get 4 though,
Here's Cal McCracken now. This is the 13 metre line. Comes out of 1. Looking good. A little bit of a break for, but he's okay. Oh, funny old 3 ball though. He's seen us pull all the way to 3. He's in a bit of trouble there, Campbell, and he's gone down on the 13 metre line. And oh my goodness, that's a big upset. One of the best over 35 slalomers here, and he's missed his 13 metre pass there. So that's we've got a 5 at 13 from Peter Domonovic. Then we've got a 3.5 maybe at 13 from Campbell, or maybe 4. Yeah, maybe 4. I'd give him 4 at 13. And then of course Mark Loud is back at 3 at 16. And at the moment those 3 are not going to make the final, although there's still a bit of skiing to go. So Chris Shaw has made it through, along with Lance Green and Cameron Evans.
Yeah, but I might be blessed on the top.
It will be tough for you, but you just got to go out and ski. I think that's what you have tomorrow, right? It's cross. A lot, like the weather has been great in Australia.
Okay, moving on through the running order, and this will be Steve Wayne, Kiwi, of course. He's got results right in on the 11.25 metre line in the past, out of Canterbury, of course, just north of Christchurch, Rangiora. It's a 14.25. What was that, 16 metre? 16 metre to start there for Steve.
Please come back better.
Is this 12 metres? Okay, here we go. Steve Wayne coming on 12 metres. He's through to the final. Goes a little bit. Oh, he's all over the show. Just brings the headline. 2.5. Put your hands together. It wasn't pretty at the end, but that'll get him through to the final. Steve Wayne out of Canterbury, South Island, New Zealand. Gotta go.
I think in the middle of the car park is not behind you.
Okay. Next competitor.
In Australia.
Mark Hooper. Okay, just while we wait for the next competitor, Mark Hooper, to come through, just a reminder, guys, that got a pretty full day today. Skiing's, water skiing, or barefooting's scheduled to run through till 3:30. Then we've got just getting the program here sorted. Of course, we've got the ultimate competition, the first round of the ultimate competition, kicking off here with Slalom at 3 o'clock. So the ultimate competition running through from 3 o'clock through till 5 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, just had the call through. Mark's coming in on the 14-metre line length, 14 metre.
It's on the week.
You got to give me the numbers here. Have you got the phone? So this is Mark Hooper, is it? So opening pass with Mark, making it look pretty easy on the 14-metre line length. So I've just been a little bit away from the commentary, just trying to get the numbers sorted out. The cut appears to be around about 3 or 4, did we work out? 3 or 4 on the 13-metre line length. Of course, this is a prelim final competition, so the field will be cut down. Come and sit down together, give me the number. Someone's got to help you here. I'm going to run it blind.
I actually don't know the number, because I've been walking around.
Is it? So what's this guy's name? Second name, Mark? Coming in. Okay, 30-metre line length. This is the pretty much the must run pass to progress through to the final. Mark's seems to be very, very easy. One of the top seeds for this event. There we go. So it's all Aussies from here on. The remaining field is Mark Hooper, followed by Lee Bray, John Adams, then of course Robert Banks being the top seed going in the prelims. But the leaderboard right at the moment is Lancey Green with a score of 1.5 on the 10.75, followed by Cammy Evans, half on the 11.25, followed by Chris Shaw. So right at the moment it's 1, 2, 3 Kiwis. Chris Shaw sitting on 4 on the 12. And then Steve Wayne, 2.5 on the 12. Then we drop back to Peters Tomovatis with 5 on the 13. Campbell McCracken. Campbell will be maybe a little bit disappointed with his score, 4 on the 13. And skier on the water at the moment, Mark Lauder. Mark Hooper. Have a mare. I'm getting the numbers sorted. So he did start at 14, didn't he? So he's back at 13. So this is 12. And we're 11 cutting down to 8. Is that what you figure? Okay, so those that just come on site, we're currently in the over 35 men slalom, and we've got a field of 11 which are looking to cut down to 8. So we're doing the calculations as the event progresses, but we think you're really going to have to do something on the late 13. So I'd say Mark Hooper, the current competitor, he's through as we see him come down the course on the 12-metre line length. Oh. So what do we got? 3.5 on the 12. This going to put him in a pretty handy position, probably just ahead of Steve Wayne and behind Chris Shaw. So we're probably around about their 4th seed, which will assure him a spot, I would have thought, in the final.
It takes a long time to load.
Okay, yeah.
Get rid of it. Have you got it all? Because I did take a photo of it.
What's wrong with Lancey?
It's going to flood through an eye.
Oh, is he? Oh. No.
I collected a jet of water when he crashed.
Did he?
But he's worried because his eye was previously damaged from station years ago, and he's always been supposed to keep it with it. So he's lying down very peacefully. It hasn't got any wounds.
Oh, God.
That initial hit.
Oh, God. So just the 3 competitors left to go in the over 35 men's slalom. Next competitor will be Lee Bray, followed by John Adams and Robert Banks. Sorry, good on you, mate.
No, you're good. A few work problems. Work problems. The phone camera's not good enough to try and sort stuff out. I think the IWWF should hold events and just cell phone coverage here. Talk to those over. Wow, it's a good setup for work. It's going to work. Yeah.
I came out of the... Have you got a schedule for tournament skiing today?
Nothing.
For airport?
No, you don't need that.
No.
Look like a pirate. You look like a pirate. Oh!
Okay, folks, getting towards the end of the slalom. I think I heard Lee Bray was up next.
Not working well, is it? I think you turned to a sideline. Okay, Glenn just had it confirmed. Lee Bray is the next competitor coming on the 14-metre line length. Beautiful. Beautiful opening pass by Lee.
Oh, Lee Bray, of course, one of the main men at the Bridgewater Waterski Club. And they've got their Give a Little page, Ed. I know both you and I have supported them. Well, actually, I did, you didn't. But and given $100 to help them. It was a terrible situation. Live on AVSC Australian News, the weather reporter was standing on that bridge there in the Loddon River. And behind him, the bridge, which was a beautiful brand new waterski ramp. We all know they're, what, $60,000, $70,000 to build. For the Auckland Waterski Club, they're $110,000, depending on who you get to build them. And it was sucked under the bridge in those horrible floods a month or so ago and completely disintegrated, that brand new jump ramp. So they've got a Give a Little page. If you've got a spare $100 or $50, if you love jumping, love water skiing, then I would find that Bridgewater Waterski Club Give a Little page. I've given up $100. I have heard, though, of course, of some bigger donations, particularly one from a former Australian world jump record holder who give up to $10,000. So magnificent support. I'm not sure whether he wants to be named, so I'm going to not name him at this stage. But yeah, Lee Bray is the main man behind that Bridgewater Club and trying to raise the funds to rebuild their jump ramp.
That's an absolute catastrophe, mate. And is that not the second ramp they've lost to flood? I can remember years ago there was wasn't it Bridgewater that they lost a jump ramp through a flood? Or was it Geelong or something? No, it was Bridgewater, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm not sure, mate. But the rains in Australia have been horrific, of course. And I tell you what's not horrific at the moment is Lee Bray Slalom skiing. Although he does rear up a little bit there. He's got himself in a little bit of trouble. But he is going well now. I think he's back on time. 13-metre line, crossed to 5. He's going to get to 6, is he? And there he is, 13-metre pass.
Of course, a little bit of uncertainty around the final in this event. It looks like the medics are attending to the number 1 seed, Lancey Green. He seems to be having a problem with his eye just as he fell on his last pass. He got a shot of water and he seems to be having problems with a bloodshot eye or getting his eye working. So as you heard the medics talking, one option is to wear a patch. So might be Pirate Lance out for the next round of jump and slalom. I'm not sure how that'll affect him. But the top Kiwi, a little bit in doubt right at the moment.
It was 12, wasn't it? 4.5.
Well, I've got to apologise to everyone. I've been depending on the live scoring on my phone, and it appears that I've just lost cell coverage or web coverage, so I've lost the draw and everything. So I might have to revert back to old-fashioned paper very soon, but just one more competitor to come in the over 35 men's slalom. Just line your belly or something. Okay, the 4.5 on the 12 metre for Lee Barry, good enough to just sneak him ahead into third spot. So we're right at the stage with the we've got New Zealand on top, Lance Green 1.5 for 10.75, followed by Cammy Evans half on 11.25. In the third spot, Lee Barry 4.5 on the 12, and Chris Shaw only half a ball behind him. So the field's starting to tighten up a little bit at the top end, with only 2 competitors to go. John Adams from Australia, followed by Rob Banks, Australia. Look, I got to actually apologise to the wide world of water skiing. This is being sent out live on YouTube, and I didn't realise that the commentary can be heard and hooked in. So if there's been any expletives or any lack of decorums, we weren't aware that it was being broadcasted live around the world, the commentary. We knew the images were, but yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. I know a lot of guys working back in New Zealand listening to the commentary, people up in Queensland, so we're getting texts and messages all the time, messages of support for the skiers. Oh God, what's the line there, guys? 14?
I showed you the stuff that my friends gave me when my eyes were so bad. And then you like squeeze into the bottom of it. It's a really
Staying for another round, do you want one? The one with Free May. I guess that.
and it's really just terrible.
Just next time we're at the last on the way back on here. Oh no,
Hey, Cam, what was that line length you reckon? 14. It was 14.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, Dix, oh man, hey. I just noticed Lance says the company credit card we're using that. Hey?
He's Nick Adams there.
I've got stickers. I get some stickers.
Okay, John Adams coming back in on the 13 metre, starting on the 14 metre line. Of course, Nick Adams is his son, John Adams, so pretty good slalom pedigree. So probably one of the top Oceania slalom skiers is young Nick Adams, probably one of the top slalom skiers in the world. John Adams coming back on the 13 metre line length, Glenn. You get a coffee, mate?
We're going live too.
I did get a coffee, yes, Ed, thank you.
Yes, and Ed, I did realise we've got a live stream. We talked about this a couple of hours ago. That was live stream. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I have heard that. Yeah, so John Adams, one of the best over 65 slalom skiers in the world. And obviously, as you mentioned, Nick Adams, his son, former Australian slalom record holder.
Nick Adams' son, mate.
What do you mean? Oh, sorry, a correction. I thought I said that Nick was John Adams' son, but apparently I said Nick was Nick's son. That does happen. We had a bit going on, actually. I've had a bit of work issues at home and been on the phone with that, so haven't been concentrating too much the last half an hour, but we've had some very good slalom skiing.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're watching the webcast, we've got a couple more slalom skiers. We've got John Adams out on the water now, followed by Rob Banks last. Then we are going to have some tricking. We've got the over 35 women and the over 35 men are going to trick. It's a bit of an over 35 day today. Although we have got, when we go to jump, we've got the open woman jumping and the open men jumping. So we run through to 3 p.m. Australian Eastern time, and unless you're in Queensland. And then at 3 p.m. we got the slalom portion of the ultimate skier. And Ed, you're a big proponent of this ultimate skier. Let's just tell me a little bit about, well, maybe we'll wait. I can hear the roar of the boat, and John Adams is coming in on his third pass. And then Ed will tell us a little bit about the ultimate skier. What line length are we on, mate?
This has got to be at 12.
It's 12-metre line now for John Adams. Getting it done, isn't he? As I said, one of the best over 65 men's slalom skiers in the world. And he runs the 12-metre line, easy as you like.
Yeah, Glenn, I don't know whether it's been done before, but we're in search of the ultimate skier. The ultimate all-round skier in the Oceania Confederation. And, you know, we often cross-discipline. We often interbreed between disciplines, but we're looking for the one that's most talented, the overall skier, the guy that can wakeboard, the guy that can do a bit of show skiing, the guy that can barefoot, and the guy or girl that can run the slalom course. So we're going to kick off, I believe, with a little bit of slalom, then we go to a bit of show skiing, and it's a little bit disappointing. The Kiwis didn't put up too many tournament skiers, but they've put up a couple of barefooters and a very good wakeboarder in Jared. And of course, the wakeboarding event was cancelled through weather events, but Jared from New Zealand still decided to come across and partake in the ultimate, you know. So he's been training with the barefooters down there in Waikato, so he'll be one to watch later on today. But exciting event, mate, and I think it's well placed to those that maybe just finished their career, still having a bit of fun, riding the wakeboard, doing a little bit of show skiing, etc. I think it's actually an event well suited to the barefoot event, wouldn't you say, buddy?
Yeah, well, that's the hard one, isn't it? The reason Tournament Skiing New Zealand didn't put anyone up is we didn't have anyone that could barefoot. And it is quite a specialist thing, and it's a little bit hard on the body if it goes wrong as well. Here's John Adams, though. This is 11.25. He's going to get 2, or is he going to get 1.5? It's 2, I think. Judge's call. But 2 on the 11. It puts him actually in second spot. Behind Lance Green, he's got 1.5 at 10.75, but that's a decent score there from John. Maybe a little goodie too.
Yes, please.
Cammy deserves that goodie too. He's so well. Well, you would have got them down. Yeah, we've got a white wood, big sunshine. There's good 7 better become a sun, but we went with Wi-Fi, actually, so they go to 14. Okay, so Robert Banks now representing Australia. He's 14 metre, so 14 metre line to start. Of course, Australia have got some very good slalom skiers, unfortunately not here. The likes of Chris Coburn, Pistol Pete Cornell. And shout out to Pete Cornell. I hear he's rescuing his mum from a flood in Mildura. The flood isn't there yet, though, Ed. It's one of the things from New Zealand we don't get this, but Australia's so big that they can tell you that you're going to be flooded in a week. And so you got plenty of time to get out. But Pistol Pete just helping his mum there in Mildura. Move some stuff to higher ground and that because there's floodwaters coming sometime in the next few days. So he's not here. We do see his son, of course, Lucas Cornell, here skiing in the open division. And look forward to that. Lucas, one of the best junior slalom skiers in the world, of course, and he'll be representing Australia in Chile. And geez, it's really only, what is it, 6 weeks now till Junior Worlds, I think, in Chile. It's not too far away. 5th of January, those to kick off, so it's not too far away. There's also a guy up in Queensland, Scott Reeves, who jumps, can jump sort of mid-50s, slalom into 10.75. He could have skied over 35s, but he's not here. I think Australia has suffered some weather over the last couple of months, made it a little bit hard for some of their athletes to train. My sister's saying there's crackle coming on the night. Actually harder than you think. Yes, it is, because you've got to hold it down. You've got to hold it down and you don't know whether it's on or off. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. This is 13 metre line. Just to pull out of 4. He's okay. 6. Conditions are really nice right now. Beautiful out there.
Yeah, I couldn't get it out of the camper. Okay, the 12 metre line now for Rob Banks, the strong Australian skier here. He's through to the final, we know that much. See if he can run this 12. Tell you what, gets it done, doesn't he? Crossed the 6. A little late out the gates, but there's a 12 metre pass going down. We'll shorten on to the 11.25. Okay, here we go. This is Rob Banks now. This is 11.25 metre line. Round 2. Can he get to 3? Can he run it? No. He decides to let it go. He doesn't want to be top seed. He's happy to be back there with John Adams in second seed spot. Well, folks, that concludes the slalom program for today. And we are going to probably have a 10-minute, 15-minute break. We will be back with the trick event. Now, I'm actually judging these tricks, so I won't be announcing it. So you might... well, I still think I might be judging the disabled, but it's disabled then over 35 tricks, yeah. But I'm trick judging, I think so. I don't know if we've got anyone from disabled because through it, but we have got Ed Donald, president of Oceania. He knows all the disciplines he is president of, so he will talk it very knowledgeably, I'm sure.
Thank you, mate.
Is it turned off now, is it, mate?
Well, I think so.
I'm a little bit
I can't see that green light in the sun.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I just got to the point where there's I wasn't waiting to look around. I was like, nah. Go on. There's a light there though. Yeah, I actually got it before. But the thing is too, it looks like white though. There many disabled at some of the other courses, Jackie, at the moment?
We've got one really good disabled skier that goes to all the like South Queensland tournaments and he's actually but they're all really good. Like I think one of them's a Canadian worker or something. But he just kind of regularly trains and he's only disabled skier sometimes. So he's like
The only one I know from New Zealand is the blind guy who used to go to
oh yeah,
does a long hike.
yeah. But I've never seen a blind skier before. It's always been just people. But I've heard that they would like tap the rope or something and make it stand them up and stuff like that. So it'd be hard to start like without someone an experienced disabled skier back home to like they can like how a lot of people just keep saying skiing.
I know. We'll make it.
Yeah. Yeah. They have here we have a club in Australia just had like a puppy pride day, like skiers or something where the IWWF in a Canada day they put on and put it out to the public like come along and have a pride ski. And so they usually do that, they have the puppy pride disabled day, so they just have at least one disabled skier that they a club within that like kind of try and represent.
Turn the window off. No, just put the speakers on that old car. Gosh. Did you go and do a coffee run?
They're going to open up
your jacket
now.
to keep you warm. And oh no, you didn't wear your jacket. A lot of other people had coffees.
Oh shit.
Next one. That's all right, I'll let you off. She won't do it tomorrow, will she? No.
No, there. They have opened up the cafe now.
But you need cash. They don't do the F-Post, eh? You've done well, it's nice and warm. Ethan bought his dad a coffee and it's stone cold. It was like an ice block was in it. Been driving around for an hour or so with it. So Steve just told him to go back and get another one.
We'll go over and get my phone.
Oh, a little goodie. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. I'll give you one.
No, I don't, honestly. I don't mind that. Yeah, I'd like to get one.
No.
I always have to give this little piece of the rod about the difference
Not
between
bad.
need and want.
Yeah.
No, I don't need it, but I want it.
Yeah. It is filling a gap though, I've got to say, I was getting a little bit munchy. Yeah.
Yeah, but here.
Yeah.
How much?
Quite you get a lot of flies in Australia, don't you? Yeah. Can you not see out of that eye?
Blurry. Blurry. Oh, yeah.
different. Yep. Yeah, it's all in progress.
You do have to be careful on how you ask the.
No, he got that, you know, he's fit and fine, and, you know, when you go to suddenly being a bit, needing a walker and needing a stick, and then you can't do all your cares, and you can't raise your hand up here, and your kidneys are packing up, and your liver's packing up, and your heart's packing up, and just everything weeks is packing in a hell of a hurry. And I thought, well, he's got 8 grandchildren, great grandchildren. I've got 5 grandchildren, I'm going to wait another 20 years if I want 8 great-grandies.
Yeah.
So, you know, you sort of, took a long hard look. And Neil also, you know, he's fit and fine and healthy, but he's actually got a wee bit of a blood pressure issue going on at the moment too. So and he's not overweight, and he's fit, and he doesn't smoke, and he doesn't drink that much, and it's 65 and hereditary. Both families have got blood pressure.
Yeah.
So he was up to 180, 190. Oh dear. No. So yeah.
So Neil had a bit of a health scare too, did he?
Uncontrolled blood pressure for the last couple of months.
But that's all sorted.
As of last week, yeah.
The medications.
Went to see a specialist. The first time he had the echo, and the specialist couldn't see him because he had a COVID. So anyway, we went back last week, and oh no, you don't need to worry. It's all fine. Don't worry, you need to see you've got white coat syndrome. Your blood pressure be shot something you go on the door, but no. Got talking to him a bit more, and Steve Wade from Skeg, and somebody else. But the good news is with your connections, then he starts doing a bit more. So we really want to know what's going on here. And I actually took him into hospital 2 weeks ago on Saturday night, in the middle of the night. Woke up with pain here for 3 hours. Wasn't going anywhere. I said it's epigastric, it's not chest, there's no crushing, there's no there's no short breath, nothing else. So I said I still want an ECG, and you can take them straight into Ashburn Hospital. So I did, and his ECG was fine. His blood test came back fine, and everything was all okay. So they gave him a pink shot, a pink lady. Have you heard of that one? It's a
The ECG's the map of the heart, isn't it?
It's got some lignocaine or something in it.
What the rhythm?
Yeah, but the pink lady numbed the insides, and once it was right, he felt better after that. But okay, that's great. It's gastric. But anyway, he's since been to see the heart specialist, and because we had that trip with chest pain, so that gives you that particular exercise ECG, and that gives you that particular angiogram. Yes, please. Have a lot. I want to know what we're dealing with. Fair enough. But the first comments were reversible.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he's okay. Overreacting. Not okay. Want to know what the problem is? What we're up against? Yep. So yeah, they're on to it now. But for 6 weeks we couldn't control the blood pressure. It was just a waste of time. Yeah, I don't want to be the 1 in 10 that's yeah. So, but it's back down again now. It's down to 140s. It was consistently 160s. No, too high. But it was too high. You can't sustain it. No.
I'm just getting messages that they're hearing private conversations. There you go. You've been.
You need a hand. I've never commentated in my life.
Now's your time to shine.
Okay, folks. Hello. Are we back up? Is that working? That's working.
No, I don't think that was it.
Load test 1 2 3. That is working. Okay, welcome to everyone. I'm on site back with the over 35 tricks. Skier on the water at the moment is Chris Shaw from New Zealand. Originally out of the UK is Chris, probably pushing over closer to 40 now. And a former British representative, I believe, in age group world champs, Alex?
I believe so, yeah. I used to own a caravan at Hazelwoods, where I've spent a few months over the last couple of years. And he tells me he used to live right where they land for jump at the famous Hazelwoods. So, yeah, very accomplished British skier.
Yep, so he'll be coming back in, I guess, on his tow run. Also, he's a New Zealand rep for Reflex, isn't he? Reflex Bindings?
He was. He just sold the D3 and Reflex company to Duncan and Aaron. So he's just sold it to, but he did do it for a good 5-6 years, I think.
Yeah, also the president of the Auckland Waterski Club. And my meters changes at the Auckland Waterski Club, Alex. I don't know whether you realise they've sold the New Zealand Boat Show. So the New Zealand Boat Show no longer belongs to the Auckland Waterski Club, which is a huge revenue source for them. But they've now got a cash pool of money.
Yeah, they've got to do something with it.
You've got to do something with it. We need a lake, don't we, mate?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just missed him behind the ramp there. Looked like toe 7 start. He's a good toe trigger, isn't he, Chris?
Isn't he, just? Yeah, over the line he goes. Just fallen right at the end there, but I'd say that's certainly going to get him through to the final, isn't it? And in fact, it's going to put him in, I would have thought, a pretty strong top seed position.
Yeah, just like he missed one flip in his hand run, and that was it, basically. Looking at that toe run, everything was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's a pretty big score for Chris. Happy.
Of course, Chris doing all his skiing at the Iraqi Basin, or the Iraqi Basin, as the Australians refer to it, but lives just over the road in Iraqi, which is a suburb of Auckland, and visible of the CBD, the Sky Tower, and only lives probably 5 minutes away from the basin. So even though it's a public waterway, managing to get some good skiing in.
I didn't know D3 and Reflex brought that much money in. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, Hillary, we got the live score up. And of course, welcome to, I believe that our commentary is actually going out to the wider world on YouTube, mate. So I'm getting a few texts and messages through. You getting a bit of love on your phone, mate?
No, none on mine so far. But yeah, I do know a few people at home who are watching. It's pretty cool, actually. I didn't know that was happening, so I only found that out this morning, which is cool. It's good to have the coverage out back home to New Zealand.
Mm-hmm. A little bit embarrassing though. We left one of the mics live, and we're in between events, and we apologise for that. But I'm sure you've caught up with all the
stuff, Ed. I thought you were a professional.
Yeah, caught up with all the gossip and what's happening. Okay, I've actually got a little bit of a complaint from the east coast of New Zealand, from down Opotiki, Wakatani way. He said that we can hear it, but we can't see it. So the video feed is not going through. So, yeah. So if we got any IT guys, apparently the video feed is not going through to YouTube.
Is this Lancey, is it? The rock star.
Now, Lancey's effectively blind in one eye right at the moment in his slalom.
He's all class, isn't he?
The girls are a little bit worried about him. After this, he's off to hospital for the doctors to check out his eye to see whether he hasn't done any damage, and he's all safe to jump. So I'd say that's a pretty safe sort of B run, wouldn't you? So for Lancey to make sure he gets through.
Yeah, he missed a couple of tricks there 3/4 of the way through, but I mean that was pretty damn good from Lancey.
Yeah.
This man is an absolute rock star.
It would be nice, Alex, if we could actually have some Aussie commentators come and join us here.
Yeah, I have to run in a minute. So
Just to
if
mix
someone
it
wants
up.
to take over. Maybe someone with a little bit more tricking expertise.
Yeah. So, Alex, just while we drop down the end, congratulations to you, mate. You've been, even though you're still probably ranked as the number 10 driver in New Zealand, I understand you're one of the top drivers in the world on the world stage, and you've had a few highlights, mate. I understand you pulled a few records.
Yeah, I had a bit of a fun summer over in the Northern Hemisphere pulling some tournaments, so it was good. Yeah, it was.
And what records, mate? Didn't you pull a slalom record?
I didn't pull any slalom records. I pulled a slalom record a couple of years ago. I pulled the U17 world record with Charlie Ross.
Yeah.
But then he went and broke it the next weekend. And then I pulled the slalom of Dorian's world record, but then that went and got broken as well by Joel. So. But yeah, either way, it was still pretty cool. They both went through, so it was good.
Great. And you're enjoying the overall tour and all the pro tours that are happening around the world?
Yeah, I went and drove the Lacanau Slalom, whatever that, the Malibu Open Slalom, whatever that was called, and the World overall tournament there.
Yep.
And then went and pulled Hilltop as well in Seattle. So yeah, it was really fun.
Oh, well, congratulations, mate. Here we go, Lindsay Green coming back. Looking pretty clean on his flips, isn't he? Here we go. Oh, yeah, it just wasn't going to happen, was that? The back to front flip, mate?
Yeah, went down on the back to front. Just went a bit early on the wake there, but that'll put him through to the final, I would think. It was still a massive toe run, couple of flips, so it keeps him in the race for the overall before he goes off to the hospital.
Yeah, of course, we've got Chris Shaw here with us. Chris, what do you reckon, mate? How many points do you think?
Late fours?
Late fours, do you think?
Oh, yeah, I think so, hopefully. Should be 4-7, 4-8, hopefully.
All payable, mate? Are you worried about any of those not getting scored?
No, they're all good. No, it should be all fine, actually.
That's an unbiased view, mate. So, well done.
Which is view?
Yeah.
I've got the needles in my arm.
You old fellas, eh?
They're all stuff on. They're sticky tape and glue.
Does anyone know how far away my mum is? Did you have the running? Cool.
There's the front there, because by the time you get to the shore.
Just struggling to get live score up, actually. I think maybe our internet cover's gone down a little bit, Alex, so we're just going to have to guess at some of the names. Be great to have a Aussie help us here and a little bit of commentary. And of course, we've got the First Legend event, or the Ultimate Skier event this afternoon at 3 o'clock. A lot of the tournament guys a little bit scared of the barefoot. I'm sure they can do it, but a little bit scared of doing it on day one of competition, Alex.
Yeah, I thought about it, but it's the barefoot for me. I can't barefoot, so... And I've never barefoot. I've barefooted on the pole, but never behind the boat, so...
Just come
sideways. The wing? Then I'm there. Oh, all right. Yeah, sorry, mate. That's all right. Turn to listen.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I think it's put a few people off, and
terrifies me.
Actually, I did actually hear the comment from some stick skiers. If it was on the last day, they'd feel a little bit more confident about it, you know. But I was a bit of a barefooter in the day, mate.
Well, yeah, smashed it.
Yeah. No, I belong to the New Zealand Barefoot Club.
I've had a few opportunities to do it. I've spent a bit of time down at the Growens Lake and in Otaki.
Yeah.
But just never. Yeah, I don't know. It's scared me. So I don't know. I'm just not that confident with it. To be fair, those guys.
Okay, here we go to here. Mark Lauder. Now, just picking up on Glenn's earlier slalom commentary, I think Mark is almost in the over 65 class. Wow.
Yeah, he jumps against like Tim Hazelwood's and stuff, doesn't he? He goes toe to toe with him, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Hillary tells me he ended up with a second in jump at the over 35 Worlds, which I believe were at France, right? Yeah, France, yeah.
Who beat him, Hillary? Because Tim went out the front, eh? Yeah, Tim didn't beat him because Tim went straight up front.
Someone from America, I think, unexpected.
Oh, Mitch Grew.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Tim, I think, might not be in the 65 pluses.
So another competitor, Lancey Green, mate. Lancey, have you got any vision at all in the left eye, mate?
Not a whole lot, mate. It's just pretty blurry. Yeah.
So off to hospital. So were you happy enough with the trick run, though, the trick pass, buddy?
Oh, you always want more, but I'll take it. Should get me through the final and just hit the ramp, the salvo, and go see the doctor.
You think it's worthwhile putting a patch on the eye, mate? No?
No, not too keen on the patch, eh?
Oh, good luck, mate. So I know a lot of the guys are watching back out in New Zealand, and they all wish you well, buddy.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, everyone at home.
Some legend Aussie announcers in there. Jared Ferraro, is he coming this weekend, mate?
Isn't he having a baby?
Is
that Jared?
Yeah.
Aussie, some Australian might be able to do that.
Yeah.
Or is that Rowdy?
He just puts it on pole.
This guy?
That's got to be a load of rubbish.
You are joking. So I understand that Mark is actually old school, mate.
He's towing without a release, apparently.
Absolutely no release person. He just throws it on the pole. So
has he got a heel strap? Surely he's not got a heel strap.
Yeah, this has got to be a very loose toe piece, surely. I did wonder why one leg was longer than the other. You're dead right. There's no release person in the boat at this point.
This is unbelievable.
Is this a health and safety?
So he's already got it off toe, so he's safe.
Wake step, wake line back. Wake line
very
front.
nice.
Yeah.
Ah, clean run.
Yeah, very clean.
He was upset because he had to put a release person in the boat, although he didn't use it.
Yeah. So, Alex, what's your thoughts on Jose, of course, announcing where the next Worlds are, mate? You happy enough with that?
Back at my second, probably home site, really, back at Jack's. So, yeah, that's good for me. I want to be there, so I'll probably be training for it and getting over there in October again. So, yeah, very exciting.
And unfortunately, I didn't get there with all the lockdowns out of Australia and New Zealand. We had to isolate that stage in MIQ, but the last event was huge, eh, mate?
Yeah, it's just the lake's perfect, so you can't really fault it. You know the conditions are going to be good, so everybody showed up. Everyone was excited to be there, and yeah, it was a great event.
Yeah. No, so happy to take it back there. Of course, the event not being hosted by the American Waterski Association, but it's actually being hosted by the IWWF and being funded by the local council or tourism council. They're putting up serious freight for it. And their economic benefit, I understand from the last one, this is bums and beds in their immediate county. I understand the competitors and all the entourage brought $2 million into the local economy.
Really?
Yeah, so I don't know how they measure that, but they thought with post-COVID it'll even be bigger. So they're more than happy to come on board with the next event. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I know Leilani and Jack and the crew put in, a year's worth of work. I was there kind of in ski school in the boat, so you just didn't see Leilani. She was absolutely working self to death, almost getting that Worlds up and running, and it was just, yeah, it was awesome. happy to go back, and I think all the skiers are going to be very excited to get back there to a lake where everyone, you take all the variables out of it and you just do your best.
Yeah, no, most definitely, mate. It's a world-class site. So.
Do we know who this is? Who's this? Do we know? Lee?
Okay, Lee Bray, isn't it? Lee Bray. Yeah, it's Lee. Slalom pretty well, didn't he, mate? So, obviously chasing the overall title here.
He one of the skiers into 38, was he? Into 11? Yep.
Yeah, he's through to the slalom final.
And that was a solid trick run too there. Everything was real clean and stood it up, so he'll be stoked.
Of course, Big Glenn sends his apologies, but he's one of the trick judges. So Glenn Williams, head of commentary thus far, is probably one of our best trick judges, wouldn't you say? In fact, who would the New Zealand Dream trick panel be right at the moment?
Depends what you're after. Are you after tough judging or are you after a PV? It depends. But yeah, Glenn would have to be. He probably does the most, I would think.
Yeah, Chris Shaw.
Chris Shaw, yeah.
He's pretty good.
Margaret's always in there. Lindley's always in there.
Sarah Wainwright, you'd have to put her name there, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And
then you go to the South Island, you got some tough old judges down there, don't you? So.
Old Sheila.
But yeah, Glenn does his fair bit. He gets around the world as well, so yeah, gets to see how other people are judging overseas and brings that experience back home.
Yep.
He's the beating heart of New Zealand water skiing, isn't he, really, Glenn? Yeah, without him, the coaching team would just be... What I've managed to be able to do over the last 5 years is all individual. And just like, even when kids say no to ski school, he gets on the bus and he tells them.
Okay, here we go. Lee coming back on toes. Looking pretty clean so far. Slow and deliberate. Just going to do a service toe back-to-backs.
Went down a little early there, didn't he? About probably 2/3 of the way through, maybe.
Yeah. Got to say, there's a lot of action going on here. The barefoot jumping going on. I see all the barefooters, spectators down there. Some amazing action on the barefoot. Oh my God, the huge jumps. What do? They go 25, late 20 meters, don't they?
I want to say, yeah, 22 to 25 kind of range, somewhere in there is, I think, the world record. I want to say.
So there's action going on all over the place. So, if you want a little bit of break from the tournament, like the barefooting is in full swing. And, of course, the ultimate competition later on. Maybe happy hour from 3 o'clock to through 5 o'clock. Be great to watch. Very entertaining.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yep.
That's bloody crazy, though. I think George is going very good. Is she? It's a little narrow, but it's beautiful, yeah. So, Marianne is there? Yeah, Jacob. Send him. They had me there every year for about 4 days.
Who did you stay with down there, mate?
So nice. And they keep it, instead of like piling the numbers up to keep it cheap for everybody, they only bring in 5 or 6 skiers and just have long sets and you expect to be 20, 25
So you
minutes.
know, 20 rides a day type of thing.
Yeah, not even sometimes they can. But it takes the day to just chill,
Nice.
relax. If they want an extra couple of passes, they can have it.
Who we got here?
Which is my cue to go pin my mum, so I need to leave. Meg, you can come commentate some
Oh,
tricks.
Cammy Evans, Cannonball Evans. He's
He
through
looks
to the
good on a
Slalom.
toe ski,
Come
doesn't
on,
he?
Cammy, stand it up, mate.
Ethan, go on. I need to go.
Oh, look at him go. He's tricking like an 18-year-old. He's back.
I have to love you and leave you, Ed, because I got to go pin for my mum.
I would love an Aussie to come and sit with me and keep me company and help with the little bit of trick event. But give you a little bit of background on Cammy Evans. Of course, Cammy is my nephew. His mum Anne is my older sister. And pretty much grew up like a son with me. Skied at the Pamir Basin, then the Iraqi Basin, then of course late now very much at Lake Kirita, just north of Auckland. Cammy's had a tough year. I'm sure he won't mind me talking about it, or his mum and family online. Him and his wife Claire had a very prem baby, some 27 weeks, and in and out of hospital for about 6 months. Cammy trying to keep a building industry going through COVID lockdowns and supply issue problems, and a lot of sleepless nights with business and family. But found the love for water skiing again, dropped probably 5 or 10 kgs, had his sights firmly fixed on this tournament. Get back over and just chill for a couple of weeks. And he's back. He's trained right through winter. Slaloming as good as he ever has, and looking pretty good on the trick ski at the moment. Mark, you're not getting live score, are you, mate? You're not? Nah.
No, the internet is terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Cammy the Cannonball. On hands. Oh, over he goes, over the line he goes. He's pouring the big tricks on now. Oh, Cammy Evans. He goes in for his flip. No, he aborts from that one. Whoa, just hangs on to it. Throws in a few slides, back to backs, powering on the and some O's. He was making that up as he went, didn't he? Yeah, I think he's done enough to get through. Good point trick, but he's certainly a little bit of improvisation there. Pulled out of one of his flips, so just wasn't confident. But yeah, just pouring some basic tricks on at the end.
That's how I got the Evan. So can I just borrow it? Yeah. It's not mine. Help yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, I think that actually concludes the over 35 men's tricks by the looks of it. We just had the 5 competitors in the field: Chris Shaw, Lance Green, Mark Lauder, Lee Bray and Cammy Evans. Still waiting for some provisional scores to come through, but it looks like the Kiwis all pretty safely through to that. Now going to go on to the over 35 women. First one on the water is the Kiwi, Sarah Wainwright. Slalomed through to the final earlier this morning. Of course, these over 35s have got 3 skis today, so they're going to be tired little pumpkins. Sarah has had a little bit of a terrible gastro-type bug on the last day for Mill. And it's been pretty crook and beard, actually. So a little bit weak and a little bit under par. So just the 4 competitors in this event: Sarah Wainwright, Rachel King, Sue Crisp, and Katie Pickford.
Sorry to interrupt. Someone's giving you
Not quite. Oh, no. Hold that.
For want of a better word.
I hate photos. I need paper.
Oh yeah, so do I. Sure. particularly when the internet goes down.
So that's my score. There's a few PBs, but I don't know how to be it. That is, well, it's not quite the running order.
Beautiful. I'll keep it all on yours. You're sitting over here. This.
Okay, folks, if we're going to just let you know, I'm sure all the competitors know it, but if you're just coming in, settling in for a bit of a watch, we're currently with the over 35 women's tricks, and we'll have a bit of a crew change for 15, 20 minutes. And then we go into the very exciting open women's jump, followed by the over 35 women, then the over 35 men jump, then the open men jump, scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon. And we're looking for it to wind up here probably around about 2:35 on the tournament lake. So some pretty exciting skiing to come. We're going to be rolling into the jump event. I understand from the forecast this is probably going to be the best day of the competition. So you really want to get you really want to make the most of this. This is where the big performance is going to come out of day one, I think, at the tournament site. But also worth a wander down to keep an eye on the barefoot jumping.
Go on, come out.
Yes.
Now.
I have to say hello. I was going to sit there and I thought, no, I'm not.
You can pick up the microphone.
No,
I need a little bit of hand.
So we're going into open women's stuff first.
Okay.
So Sarah, so open women and then Sarah. So all the women's stuff and then the men's stuff.
It's going to be exhausting.
Well, all these men, they got put down.
Yeah.
So you've got to come with it. But she's got all those points. There's some of them, but he's got out. But
Yeah.
I thought they were going to put the other men up too, but I didn't.
So we are now at over 35 women. Rachel King.
Well, you've got to say these conditions just getting more and more glamorous. So out on double trick skis, over 35 women. Rachel King, mum of Alex. Alex King, probably one of New Zealand's top jumpers at the moment, in the boat pinging for mum. So great to see, great family sport, isn't it? Both out of the west coast of the South Island, and in a beautiful place called Hokitika. Was it? Yeah, Hokitika, are they, or Greymouth? Yeah. There's a beautiful lake just up behind Hokitika called Lake Canary, I think, and big public lake, but just stunning, gorgeous. Deep blue lake, and visible in the background is the Southern Alps, surrounded by beautiful native bush, and that's where they do most of their skiing. So Rachel will think she's in the absolute tropics here at the moment.
Are you on mobile data? Family grandchildren. That's Carl's wife.
So there we were 2 months old. They were the first male for the last 6 months. Okay.
Or they live down there? And how far is the hospital?
Okay, just a couple of competitors to go in the over 35 women. Sue Chris from Australia currently. So just 4 in this event. So all 4 will advance through to the final. So so Rachel will get another ski, and Sue powering the points on, probably looking to set herself up as potentially the lead scorer at the moment. Of course, we're in seeded order here, aren't we? Yeah. With the moment. So Katie Pickford to come.
I had one lead done privately, so that's just a bit of a trick, but, you know, even one guy, we all had our private room. I'm sure the guy was on drugs. They're all kind of pale male styles, all my age. They're all quite good guys, you know. That one guy was an excellent. I hit him in the night. He was an excellent speech, you know. Filipino, and it was, you're trying to do something to him. That's the thing, you might have hit a reaction. I just think the trick of the guy in the room next to me in the hospital. He's just using his gas. Guy things easier, though, Rick. You can have a glass of wine and dinner if you wanted it. You know, both of these done this year, but 3 months apart. It's a bit hard. I just got to go back to the second one, but I'll look it up and see if it's make a call. Why he made it. He knows it quite well, and he's one of the New Zealand top league guys. And the top of his game. No, Craig was 50 odd, the All Blacks waiting on him. And my surgeon said, Ralphie Yelling is here. He did a double knee replacement. He replacement spotted on the table inside, lockdown. And so he lost his time and fly it down. And he Funny enough, I bought
Not
this.
here that long, I don't even get it.
Easy, no, I was under a, they just wanted an epidural, but they put me out. But the recovery took this. No, so, yeah, I don't remember spring, really. Yeah.
They do open it, Christchurch, and of course it was lockdown. You don't want to do something like this.
So push the button there.
And it works.
Yeah.
So Lim Blau, the Chief Judge for Barefoot Division, has asked that a change in schedule be advised. So for the trick event, we've got the junior girls, the junior boys, and then we'll be going into the under 23s and the opens. So the seniors will be moved to the bottom of the list. That's to accommodate the ultimate competitors for this afternoon's event. So we'll have the junior girls, the junior boys, the under 23 girls, the under 23 boys, open women, open men, and then the senior women and senior men.
We might put two races on the day what this next that entity that there's been they've put wakeboarding for the last numerous events, you know. So no, we're looking for a site that can do it and host it, but would you? It is a lot simpler. The core.
Oh, so just going down a little bit late in the run there, Katie Pickford, who's the last competitor in this event. So we're looking pretty clean up to that point. I would have thought towards the end of a 20-second pass.
Oh no, I saw you did a bigger.
Yeah, we tried to get 2 years ago before we had the idea
Yeah.
and they wouldn't do it, even though they were going to do it. So this time around, they needed to get the water a metre lower than they left. They needed some water use to get a little high spot, because they have the high spot part of all. We need the single, we thought, yeah, let's say we have a bit.
Wakeboarding and racing on the main line.
Yep, that's available. So we get it. So this is where we were.
I'm at the stage, my family has been to wood, but I have never ever been to make wood. Isn't it terrible?
So we've got a shop out there right in the rock. Now this was not a very wide berth over here.
Yeah.
But it's now extended by the 5 metre berth. So we can put this one further inside
Oh,
there.
okay.
So we can retain it more on the front here as well. So we've got two coming all the way down to this package of green grass all the way down to where there's no all the way. That's it all up. So we've got driveway protection all the way down to the whole lot.
Is there accommodation in terms of the gated area?
Yeah. Well, this time it's 10 years. And there's 5 minutes away. All
Of course, it's just down the road.
So we're 5 minutes away. We've got
So how many people can it accommodate? So it handles the doubtful run. So it handles
Okay, folks, jumping in good conditions actually. Not exactly a headwind, but it's just sort of a puffing crosswind. It's pretty calm out there. Here's Meg Haraway from New Zealand, passes on her first. Meg is potentially the favourite, I think, in the Slalom event here at the It's the best personal best of the Oceania skiers. So she's here as a slalomer, but having said that, she's not too bad a jumper, but she has had a couple of years off jumping. She's just got back into it this spring. Jumps probably around that 33 metre mark at the moment, but she is capable. I think at Junior Worlds in Spain, she went about 36 metres possibly. That's a little while ago now though, that's probably 4 years ago now, but she can do it when she trains a bit and jump. Yeah, so Meg just passing on her first jump there, 2 to come. Did a bit of trick judging. I did commentating for the tricks because I was judging. Geez, Chris Shaw, that's the best I've seen him trick in a long time, actually. He was all over it and came out as the number one. And in the women's, Sarah Wainwright and is it Katie Pickford? Very close between those two. I don't know the scores. I don't know the scores yet, even though I judged it, but I'm going to say that would be very close. Obviously, Sue Chris will be in the third spot. Okay, important announcement. The trick sheets have been released. Richard Crisp has them in his hands. He's going to be sitting just behind me in commentary. You have 30 minutes to review your trick sheet. You must do it with your team manager. So there you go. Important. Here's Meg back on the water now. Jump number 2. A bit of speed on that one actually, but spreads on the ramp a little bit. Probably be around that 30 metre mark, I think. Enough speed to go further, but just didn't really get any ramp work. So there you go, 30 minutes to review your trick sheets with your team manager. The clock is ticking. .32 metres, that's actually a decent distance off that kind of ramp work from Meg. I think she'll be kind of happy to see 32 metres there, because that shows you she could easily get another 4 or 5 metres actually if she was to get any sort of ramp work on this next jump. Some good speed out there. I noticed the boat is stopping between jumps. We didn't do that for Mill. It is a little bit rolly out there, so it's going to make it even better for the competitors, I believe, if we're stopping.
Yeah, Lance is probably 40 minutes away. Yeah.
Okay, here's Meg's third and final. Beautiful. It's glassed off now. It's just sensational conditions here. Oceania, women's jump, elimination round. Not all these girls are making it to the final. Trying to make it to the final. Oh, a little bit. Not sure it's going to be a lot further though. She had to let go with that one hand mid-flight, which cost her maybe a minute or two. Wow, 33.9. That's a good jump from Meg. That's further. She's been jumping. She'll be happy with that. 33.9.
Grab them. No. Oh, okay. People strip a tail on back. Small, but it was clear.
Well done, Meg.
Who got up now? You got a running order? No, 33.9.
33.9. Awesome. Well done.
Competitor will be Erica Hayes, representing Australia.
Big field here this afternoon, Glenn. 11 women in the open women's jump division. 11, of course, what does that cut down to 7, does it? 11 down to 7? Or 8? I'm not sure.
Got a feeling it could be 8. There is a piece of paper somewhere with the cuts.
Yeah.
We should probably do better research before we start announcing, but we never do we, Ed?
No.
I got a feeling 11 will cut down to 8.
So 3 or 4 are going to drop out of this field, aren't they? So,
I've got to say, Ed, before this comp, I thought maybe Meg wouldn't make the final, but with that 33.9, she's actually given herself a bit of a shot here. And we'll see. We've got a few of these Aussie girls are Junior Worlds competitors in Chile, but they wouldn't normally maybe be skiing here, and they'll be pushing hard to go more than 33.9. Erica Hayes.
Now, jump 1.
Erica Hayes.
Jump number 1.
Erica Hayes, jump number 1. Lands it, rides away. Maybe a little bit back from Meg's jump. I'm going to say that's going to be low 30s, 30, 31 maybe.
Because I got a burger and then Courtney ate it. I haven't got enough. This is the riches.
So I was a bit up on my distance here. That distance 27.9. Out here a little bit. So not quite as far as I thought it was. Didn't quite have the speed of Meg. Had a lot of speed out there. Didn't have the ramp work really, Meg, but she had a good crack at it.
3.9.
So Sorry, Jenny.
That's 11-7. Oh, 39. Oh, so this down here.
Isn't it even plus earlier?
Oh, you definitely.
Yeah, don't forget that included in the 11 jumpers is Alia Jung from Malaysia, and she, because she's an invited skier, she will not push out any Aussies or Kiwis, so she doesn't really take up a place in terms of cutting people from the final.
That's what he told me with gospel the other day.
Okay, here she is now, Erica Hayes, jump number 2. It might be a little bit further, that one. Oh, but a fall, so unfortunately the score will not count.
And of course, for all those on site wondering why we've got Malaysians here competing, Glenn, with the Alia Yong and the Hanifa tribe, why they're here. A little bit of background on that. The intent of this tournament was to actually make it like a Riders' Cup. So it was going to be Australia versus New Zealand versus the best of Asia. And I've got to say, Hanover and the crew from Malaysia were right behind the best of Asia. So we could have a few Malaysians, Japanese, Koreans to making up a Super Asian team. And it got some legs and support, particularly from Malaysia, but from the rest of the Asian Confederation, we just didn't get it over the line. But just to recognise the effort that Hanifa put into it in Malaysia, we said, please, come on down, and we'll look to build on it in future events. And, yeah, come as invited competitors. So we welcome Malaysia into the Oceania family at this tournament.
Oh, excellent. They're great competitors, and it's good for our girls, to be honest. Ali, a very, very good 3-event skier. It's great for our Oceania ladies to get to ski against a slightly higher level. Alia, if you looked at where she's ranked, she can't take a medal. If you looked at where she's ranked here, she's probably the second best jumper here, the best tricker, maybe third or fourth best slalomer. So she's certainly ranked up there, and it's great for the girls to get to compete against her.
And of course, just to remind all competitors, we've actually got professional photographers on site, which is fantastic. And it's a local photography club, which are basically doing this all free of charge, which is fantastic. A bit of a donation, I believe, might be going to the photography club. But all those pictures, there's going to be thousands of images are going to be uploaded to I guess some sort of Google Drive or some sort of thing that you can access on the interweb, Glenn. And that's actually up now, and I believe there's hundreds of photos there already, which are basically free. If you're going to edit them in the newspaper or whatever, there's a royalty fee. But there's going to be some very professional images up there, and happy to share the link with anyone that's interested. We'll get that out to all the competitors to check that out.
So here we go now. This is Erica Hayes, jump number 3. She's got a 27.9, fell on a second. See how she goes here on jump number 3. Makes her turn for the ramp. Panicked a little bit in the turn. I'm not sure. I didn't think that was a bad spot actually, but she passes up. So her opening jump of 27.9 will.
Enjoying the Mastercraft one. The Malibu.
How you going? Pete O'Neill. Nice to meet you. Hey, so what I'd really like to try is to get the commentating working both ways.
Okay.
So to do it though, I think we'll need to sit ourselves up top. You have a microphone, kids have a microphone, and we try and talk between the two legs. Just see how it goes. It might go awkward, in which case we stop doing it. It might go unreal, in which case we keep it. You up for a challenge? Doing a great job too, by the way. Right. I haven't been able to watch anything.
Have you been introduced, Pete?
Yeah, no, I just introduced myself.
Yeah.
The only skiing I've heard so far has been from what you've told me, so it's been really good. Are you running out of batteries?
No, it's just we're being webcast.
Yeah.
So if we're having a conversation, it goes through the chat. It's real hard to see if it's on or off.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yep. Only issue I have right now, daughter is jumping.
Is this your daughter?
No. Away. I kind of wouldn't mind being down around
Yeah,
here.
you should definitely stay here. Right? I'll tell you that we're 15 to 20 minutes off time.
Yeah, thanks.
It's going to be a challenge.
Oh, we're up to challenges though. Yeah.
What do you say we're a solutions-based company?
No, but the problem is that
That's what the crane company said to Nicola. We're a solutions-based company.
the problem is this thing is webcast, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think so do the people on the webcast want to
Sorry, mate.
I tried to get Mum and Dad to come down. I was like, I go to your bedroom and what?
Rob Wynn's daughter?
Kira Wiseman now. Jump number 1. Aussie off to Chile. The junior world champion. Whoa! Wow, that could have ended quite badly, but it didn't. She managed to sort that out.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Almost on the wakes, and then she kind of almost hit the corner there. I'm sure she can sort of jump number 2. $29.3.
Yeah, she was kind of lucky to recover from that, wasn't she, Glenn? She was pretty much doing a side slide up the ramp there, and I thought she almost had a butt on the ramp, but managed to recover in the air and get her skis from underneath her. Glenn, a little bit disappointed that you didn't tell me that we're sitting amongst royalty here, mate, on the banks of the Mulwala. The great Amber Wing, eh? She here for the ultimate ski competition. Now she's got to be a sitter, mate. She's got to be a
absolutely.
sitter.
Is it split male and female? Is there a different comp for male and female? Yeah. Greatest water ski family in the history of water ski.
Every trick in the book, mate.
Amber Wing is a Hall of Famer for wakeboard.
Yeah.
Brother's a Hall of Famer for water ski. Mother is a Hall of Famer for ski racing. Dad, not so much, but Uncle Brett, of course, Hall of Famer for barefoot. So you'd have to think the favourite for our ultimate skier, wouldn't you?
I think she could actually take the blokes on, mate. She's going to be a wakeboarding prowess. I've seen a few videos of that, and going to be able to foot and slalom. Yeah, no, looking for. Are you on up this afternoon, Amber? Oh, cool. I actually asked whether we're allowed to bring a few beers on site with us, an alcohol-free site. We're allowed a few beersies, so we'll bring the esky down and our flip-flops, and we'll have a great old time. Throw a few prawns on the barbie.
Okay, here we go. Jump number 2, Kira Wiseman. She'll want this one to be a little bit more settled, I think. Looks like a pretty good turn. Look, it was safer, Ed, but still quite dropping a chest on the ramp, not really getting a lot off the top.
Yeah, look, mate, never a great jumper, was I, but I have sat in a boat a lot with the great Ray Stokes, driving with him for year after year at ski schools, and if I was to say anything, maybe leading a little bit too much with that left-hand shoulder, just dropping the shoulder a little bit, but probably needs to get a little bit squarer.
28.1. I don't think she had the speed she did on that first one. 28.1. Geez, you know you're in Australia when a little fly flies up your nostril, don't you? We don't get that in New Zealand, but definitely is an Aussie thing.
They taste pretty good though, don't they?
I've never seen so much anger in the country before. Like the whole country. So Anne says the trick she's loose but no score. Showing that by spot. Well, we don't realise this.
Mom?
It makes the jump set a little bit longer, doesn't it, with the stoppages? Is that working?
Test. It makes the jump sets just a little bit longer, doesn't it, with the stoppage, but it is giving the best conditions. Things are a little bit rolly out here at Mulwala this time of year, particularly after the very wet spring that Australia has had, a lot of flooding around the area. So it's a fairly rolly at the moment. It's a wonderful ski lake, wonderful site, but any site, I guess, when it's a lot higher than normal can be rolly. So we're stopping between jumps, give the best conditions. Here we go, young Kira Wiseman will be representing Australia, the Junior Worlds in 6 weeks' time in Chile. See if she can't crack up over 30 metres here on one of these jumps. It's probably her best jump, still dropping that chest a little bit on the ramp. Should be around 30 metres, I believe. Uh, 29.6, didn't quite crack the 30 metre mark, 29.6.
problems at work? No problem.
Jada Sweeney now from Australia, another youngster, Jada Sweeney. Jeez, I tell you what, I'm starting to feel some head breeze come up here now. Bit of a, that's what the jump is, well, a little bit of a head breeze. See how long it lasts, but it's up and down a bit.
Interesting fact, Glenn. You're talking about the water level being high. I actually asked some of the local boys, can the pump run in reverse and empty the lake out into the canal? And they seem to think the mechanics were there to pump to lower the lake level, but apparently resource consent's required because of weed and issues like that. And I don't believe they've ever had a consent to reverse the flow. You would have thought that would have been quite easy, wouldn't you, to put it back into the general water supply. But, yeah, obviously got a consent to take the water out, but not put it back in.
Yeah, I guess it's normally in this area in Australia that the farmers down in the canal would be happy to get more water, but maybe for once they're not with all the rain that's been here in Australia. Here's Jada Sweeney, the young Aussie, just a youngster. To the ramp, she's a little bit early here, I think, but she'll get up and over. Not bad lift. She's another jump, though, I don't think it's going to quite get to 30 metres yet. I think that's going to be 27, 28 if I was guessing.
Pretty tidy, though, wasn't it? I think she can build on that, mate. Look pretty safe, very tidy.
Twenty-eight metres there, 28.0.
Thanks very much, mate. Now he's struggling to get a job because he doesn't stop. He's got a job now with the Hudson Council. Basically, he does my administration for the kind of working in the field, but
Okay, here we go. Jada coming back in for a second jump. Already got 28 flat on the board. See if you can just push on. Nice. She gets just loses a little bit of direction through the ramp on that one, but looks once again nice, safe jump for Jada. Not quite as far on jump number 2, 26.2. So 28 flat remains the best jump this far with one jump to go.
That puts Caraway in the final, I think. Yeah, and I think it's looking like Meg Haraway's going to make the jump final here, which is a pretty decent effort, Ed, for someone who hasn't jumped in 3 or 4 years and just got back into it probably 3 weeks ago, I'd say. So congratulations to Meg.
Now, Glenn, we've got a few tournaments with the tournaments here. We have the Oceanias going on, and of course we've got the invites from the Malaysians, but the juniors, there's Aussie juniors here, just getting a little bit of tournament experience and knockout environment. Is that right? Going into the junior worlds, I understand the high performance directors were wanting a little bit of hardcore competition for the juniors.
Because of COVID, in Australia and New Zealand, we're probably the two worst affected in terms of international competition. Both countries had quite strict quarantine rules. The borders were closed. Particularly Australia, they couldn't get to international tournaments. We've got a generation of skiers now that are not used to knockout. We have a generation of skiers now that are not used to knockout competition. And is that working, my mic? Yeah. And the Aussie high performance managers, selectors decided to put their juniors into this event to give them a bit of hard tournament practice, I guess you'd say. And unfortunately, there are a couple of Aussies here that are kind of going to learn that, you know, like you've got to make it through to the final. And it's a great experience for them. It really is.
Yeah, definitely. And Jada, as I said earlier, 28 on the board. Looks to be a little bit free of the boat. The big Malibu does get hold of it a little bit here. More speed into the bottom. Top, I think that could be her best jump out of the set too.
I like that jump. It was a nice tidy jump. Should be around 30, I believe.
Get a photo of that.
29.3. 29.3. Okay, we're moving through the list now. Lara Butlin is our next competitor. They're breaking up a bit, eh? Okay, we're on the water now. We've got Lara Butland. Interesting thing about Lara Butland is she is one of the better slalomers in this field. She's only a youngster from Australia. So she's a very good slalom skier. So for her overall chances, she needs to try and make the jump final if she can.
Now.
Yes.
Solid enough opening jump there. It's not an absolute barnstorm of a distance, but she gets her first jump on.
It's too important to get this stuff ready. Well, yeah, so what's... I've always just followed... Sorry, guys, a little bit distracted. The opening jump from Lara for Lara was 28.2 meters. 28.2. Here we go, jump number 2 for Lara. Oh, lovely tidy jump. Had pretty good pull right through the ramp there. I'd say it's a little bit bigger, Campbell, in the first jump at 28. So, as we said, 11 skiers in this event, 7 go through.
Anyway,
that's interesting.
We would have thought you've got to go over 30 metres to be reasonably safe here.
Well, so what does Mark?
Yeah, so Lara building quite nicely. 29.7, 29.7, putting 1.5 metres on her first jump. Let's just see if she just push over that 30 metre mark, just to take herself out of the risky area of being relegated out of the finals.
Yeah, but yeah, she's 29.7. She's got one.
Okay, so, geez, other than Meg Haraway went out first, smashed out a 33.9. We actually haven't had any other girls over 30 metres, I don't think. And struggling along here in the high 20s. We have some really, there's a seated order though, so as we go, we will get to better jumpers.
If you want to go up there, you could. I can
always just take a microphone and go stand over there, and I'll just work in here when you're not
Fresh burgers are ready. If you want a burger, get to the shop. The ladies are doing a wonderful job there in the kitchen. Fresh burgers are ready. And I'll tell you who else is ready. It's this young lady with jump number 3. Into the ramp she comes. Passes it a little bit early, I think.
It'll go over the light fence. Like, it's hard to judge it, but if somebody's talking, as soon as that person stops, if this person's coming in, so like if you're about to commentate, something coming in and there's something going that way, let that person finish as soon as he finishes.
What about to do open stretch? Yeah.
No, so if I've got the mic, right, and I'm talking, like the mic takes off and I'm talking, as soon as I stop, you guys talk. So whoever's talking first just keeps talking and then the other person goes.
Just make sure we don't ramble.
Yeah, just don't ramble at the end, and which is actually kind of perfect when you're commentating, because a lot of the time you're just trying to fill in time. Yeah. That's that right? Good. Oh, thank you, go, mate. Yeah, get listening to you, boss. It's just oh, perfect.
Next competitor here on the jump lake. We're going to be going live to the barefoot lake as well soon, so we're going to have a bit of barefoot commentary behind us, a bit of jumping here, and of course Lane Maroney, the local lady. She's her family, a part of the group that leased this lake. This is her home site, and she's out there. She's got a best jump from memory. Her best jumps around that 34 metre mark. I'm having a bit of a guess there, but I think that's about right. And geez, he's running 2 lakes commentary at the same time. I have had experience with this once before. It was a collegiate nationals in Southern California with the 2 lakes going, and it can be problematic, just to say, but we'll see how we go with the 2 different lakes going and the webcast.
Yeah, so those that are watching live on the webcast, I don't know whether we're going to have the live video feed of the barefoot, but some pretty exciting stuff over on the main lake here with the barefoot. They're going into tricks, mate, into the open tricks, so that's going to be exciting to watch. So I'm not sure whether you're going to get a video feed, but you'll certainly be getting the commentary.
Yeah, you'll definitely hear us, that's for sure. Connor Rogers is on the water. Oh,
Hey, kids, we've got the mic. I just sort of set up a bit of a rules with them.
all right, I might have walked out microphone range there. Ed, I'm going to throw over, and this isn't working.
Okay, we've got
Okay.
Rogers on the water.
Back on the jump lake, here we go. Lane Maroney, jump number 1. She's coming in. Ooh, a little bit funky with the shoulders there, but she got out of it okay. And somewhere around that 30 metre mark, I think, jump number 1.
Mate, you picked it like a dead in those.
So who's going to be grumpy? It's just missed his bloody.
Okay, so John O'Neill is going to find me someone. Okay, I'll find that. Rightio. Oh, John, do you know if you found a
Video operator.
person for the next crew?
So you didn't even look, did you? I don't mind.
Anybody? In a video.
What about Luke? D-Train.
Luke.
D-Train.
Oh, yeah.
From Victoria.
Oh, Gaz's in the bay. What's on, Gazza?
Where's your skier?
Okay, while the tournament skiers are getting ready for the next skier, we've got Connor Rogers on the phone, in the water. Sorry. Also, we're looking for a video operator for the next event for barefoot. So if you're available, oh, we got one. Who?
Gary Keane.
Gary Keane. Thank you, Gary Keane, for stepping up for that. We've got our under-23 men's division on the water right now, and we'll take you back to the tournament site.
Okay, here we go. Lane Maroney, 29.7 on her first. Conditions are just perfect at the moment. This looks a little bit wider and possibly a little bit later here. She can hold her nerve, flans off a bit into the bottom. Wow, that's kind of almost old school jumping there with quite a hard start out of the turn, then flattened off into the bottom. It's like, just like they would have done back in the 60s and 70s.
So who? What? That's not. Oh, Tom Roberts.
29.9, 29.9.
What provisional you reckon that is?
Probably out. Oh, you would have. Yeah, so 14, 18, probably 18.
In that one pass?
No, toe-up start, full, and then 900, 1800. 1800. Yeah, mate. I didn't even see it. He would have done it.
Usually, but I don't know. I didn't.
Provisional 1800.
I was surprised. I didn't know what he yesterday.
They're not even homologated on that, I like that.
Yeah, it's like you keep everything right up there. But you know, we've got
That was Tom Roberts?
Yep. Let's ball next.
On the barefoot site, we've got the last of our junior boys tricker on the water, Fletcher Ball. After Fletcher's two passes, we'll be moving on to the under-23 women and under-23 men. So
Well,
there'll be a
Lane just needs to get herself in a position, I think, where she can cut through the ramp. She's obviously just maybe a little bit early, or maybe she's just rushing the turn of it. And she seems to be flattening out at the base of the ramp. We don't really like that in jumping, so she needs to try and get herself in a position where she can drive through the ramp.
We got Fletcher Ball on the water.
Okay. Lane.
Looks like he's doing a toe-up start.
I'm serious. Frankie, I'm serious.
Okay, here we go. Lane Maroney now, jump number 3. Let's see, she's capable of 33 or 34. She needs to get up there to make the final. Oh! tell you what, I would just tap and come home if I was Lane Moroney, because she is looking like she's trying to go out the front out there. She's flattening out right before the ramp. It's not really how you recommend jumping. She's lucky to get away with that, and good on her for doing it.
I mean, tricks and flat, better than just enough to get her through though, 29.9.
Oh, that's right. Oh, we run the numbers. She's made it through to the final with 29.9. Geez, I wouldn't have picked that. So you don't actually need 30 metres to make this final, folks. So it's just a matter of getting a score on the board for most of these skiers. The seedings are going up. Young lady about to leave the dock here. Super excitement about her around Oceania water skiing, young Christy Appleton. I watched her at Moomba in March at 45k. She's in the under 14s or whatever at 45k, jumping around 32 metres at 45k. It's a decent jump. She has a good cut, good wide, full double, good poke at it. I'm thinking she's probably put a speed up to 51 here for this event. So she's a very, very solid young jumping prospect for Australia. Yeah, 51k she's going to be at. She'll be looking, Australia would have targeted her for a final at the Junior Worlds. I think generally sort of 36 metres will get you into a final of the women's, the girls at Junior Worlds, and I think that'll be one of, when they've looked at their team and looked at their skiers and thought, well, Christy Appleton, really good chance of making the final at the Junior Worlds in 6 weeks. I guess, as you said here, though, it's a little bit of a tester here for her. Like, this is why these Aussie juniors have been put into this situation. They've got to, you've still got to get out there on the water and do it.
Right. Good, bro. 1 foot. Go back. There's free water up there, is there?
Here we go. Jump number 1, Christy Appleton. This is later. Oh, welcome to the Oceanas. Boy, that was one for the finals, wasn't it? That was one for the finals day at the Under-17 Worlds.
Oh, look at the birds.
Okay, on the barefoot site, we just saw Fletcher Bull do 2 magnificent passes. He did his 4.5s to start with. After a toe up and a 3, so provisional from up here is 4,200 for his first pass, and provisional for his second pass. Potentially 4,500, but we've confirmed from the boat that he has been knocked on 2 tricks, so 3,300, a total of 7,500 points for Fletcher Bull.
Hey, Pete, I reckon you should run up this mate. I reckon the difference in chippiness is almost 0, but the difference in rolliness is way more over that side. Yeah.
Okay.
She was nice. She's a New Zealand keeper. Oh, so. She was the most nervous of everyone that was on team. Bloody trick went away. It's the best I've seen a trick in ages.
Come back with that radio for the first.
Okay, so we have Christy Appleton out there at the moment. 51k, spent all her life gymming at 45. I don't know how much time she's had in a tournament at 51. She was a little bit late out there, but this is the way she jumps over Ed. She will back it up, I'm sure, but she doesn't mind having a crack this little pocket rocket. Another late cut here. Looks like another late approach. Stretch out to the bottom. Hey! Holy hecker. Wow, she's still a bit late out there, folks. She's just getting her time, and this is settling the nerves out there. She's obviously a little bit fired up. It's a big time for her. The Oceania champs.
Yeah.
So Christy Appleton, after two jumps, without a score so far.
That's all I had back in the 2000s. I mean, no, 00s.
Geez, I'll tell you what, right now there's just a little bit of almost a suggestion of a head breeze out there now. So I think like Hillary's on the dock, she'll be pretty pumped up about that. She's looking, stick the finger in the air to see if you can feel that little head breeze. It's so light really, it's just oscillating around.
Something wrong if we lost to over 35.
Are they commentating at all?
No, I don't like hearing it. We got 35-year-olds taking on 70-year-olds.
You put some on, but
When did you put some on?
oh, this morning.
Yeah, I know.
1967.
You're pleasure, actually.
I am.
You know, all the girls are. You know, they want me to last a few more years. Beautiful road.
I'd love some, but are you going to call them smart chummy? It's going to be action. Oh shit, yeah, zero on the board. Oh jeez,
Well, I'll tell you what, Glenn, talk about pressure. If these juniors were looking for a pressure cooker situation before they go to the Junior Worlds, young Christy Appleton, she's made a real task in front of her. She's had a pass, she's had a fall, just getting the timing right, and she's looking if she's going to go big. But to make it through to the final, we've figured you've got to do probably better than, I would say, 29.7. Somewhere better than 29.7 should get you through to the final at this point. Of course, the next skier out of New Zealand, Hilary Munro, but current resident in the Queensland, I believe, is working as an engineer, and under current residency rules with IWWF, quite capable of skiing for Australia or New Zealand. Here we go, Glenn.
Yeah, well, she's got to get over and get a score. She doesn't have to jump that big. 29.7 is all she needs, but she's got to get a score. It's like a better spot here. There you go. Well done, Christy Appleton. She'll ride it away, and that should be enough to get... We'll wait for the score. Wasn't a massive jump, but I think it's more than 29.7. Wow, that's a decent jump. That's a PB, I think 35.8, I think I just heard. 35.8. Well done, Christy Appleton. I think that's a personal best. So, geez, I'll tell you what, imagine the set if she had started with that one. Would have been a lot more relaxing for her family, I'm sure, but good stuff from her. Got out there and got it together on the last.
So we're just having a boat change on the Barefoot Lake before we go into the under 23 women's and the under 23 men's trick final.
Okay, so we're going to go now into our top 4 jumpers. We've got Hilary Munro of New Zealand, followed by Courtney Williams of New Zealand, then Alea Jung of Malaysia, and then, of course, Casey Wooderson, the top seed from Australia.
Yep, Hilary Munro. We don't get to see her a lot in New Zealand or at the Nationals. Of course, got an Australian partner, Glenn, and doing a lot of skiing. Understand they're looking to build a jump ramp, and Hilary, being an engineer, she's on part of the Rebuild Jump Committee. She's been communicating with us with regard to plans and jump design. So good to see she's settling into Australian life here. In fact, building a house with her partner, or but they brought a house together. So yeah, she's well ensconced.
Doing the slalom.
I think it kind of helps our gene pool, Glenn, when we hook up with good Australian skiers. It's good for our long-term strategy in New Zealand.
Not sure why Hilary would be with Jason, though, if she was looking to hook up with a good Australian skier. Hilary's got a best, I think it's around 36.5 from memory, maybe 37. She's not a bad jumper. Here she comes now, jump number 1. Pulls out on the 3/4 cut behind the magnificent Malibu towboat. Maybe just slightly early here. It's a little hard to tell because she's going a bit faster than some of the other girls. That's a tidy jump. I think a little early, though. She'll look to get a bit more speed on the next, but enough to get through to the final already, Ed.
Okay, just an update for our ultimate competitors. We'll be running the slalom element of the challenge on the West Lake at approximately 4 o'clock. So sort of work on that, 4 o'clock p.m., 4 p.m. start for the ultimate competitors through the slalom course on the West Lake.
I'm going up here. 33.9.
33.9. So that actually ties her with the other Kiwi, Meg Haraway. Of course, still got a couple of jumps to come. And she did that really easy, Hilary. She was quite early, so I'm sure she'll go further on this second jump.
Our dollar's actually, our dollar's coming right a bit now though. In the last month it's come, it's 56 cents, yeah, 56, it's 62 yesterday.
It was quite, and I did Worlds in Florida in 2013, 80.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay, here comes Hillary now, and she had a 33.9. She's through to the final. Like I said, she's capable of 36, maybe 37 metres, so she'll want to go further. She seemed pretty early on that jump. It was probably just one to get herself into the next round. I'm not sure. See if she can't bring it down a little bit now. Yeah, this looks a little bit later here from Hillary. She's going to have more speed if she can make it on. She's into the ramp. Good speed. Oh, there you go. Nice jump, Hillary. I think that's going to be further. Good stuff. .36.3, that's a good jump from Hillary. That's not all that far off her best. Well done, Hillary Munro, 36.3.
Yeah, I haven't had it 10 years. Done. You know, I got it 2016, 17, but I've done like 20 years with that. £2,500.
Wow. Really running though.
Actually, looks pretty easy to get distance out there. Yeah, yeah. My boat's simple, mate. It's less shit that can go wrong with it, you know?
What's left out here? Are we running time?
35 minutes down. We're not. We're running about 45 minutes behind. I think we're running about 45 minutes behind. Think so? We were when we started tricks, whether we made it up or not. Sorry about that.
Okay, here comes Hillary. She's done a really good job on the jump ski. She's going to be wrapped with that distance. Hillary's actually in the hunt for the overall title, actually, at these Oceanias, and jump is obviously part of that overall, so she'll be pleased with the opening round here. But stretched out, yeah, a bit late, I think. Still a good set from Hillary.
Go, Cody! Go, Cody! Have fun! Pretty much hate to jump at full stop, but I make it do it never. It's good parenting. Okay, yeah, the noise, eh? Right now we're moving like we're tired to wake every day. That's how much water's going to be. Good kids? Sorry mate, keep going. There's a problem, let us know. Nah, big pauses.
Okay, on the barefoot leg, our judges are jumping in the boat, and we're going to start off our under 23 women's tricks, starting with Zali Peebles, followed by Elena McClung.
Who's that? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah? Wow. Once in a generation. Yeah.
Okay, we're down to our top three now. We've got Courtney Williams from New Zealand, and we have Alea Jung from Malaysia and Casey Wooderson from Australia. So Courtney, in terms of ladies jumpers, the best of the Kiwi jumpers, has a personal best of 40.8. More typically though, she jumps around that kind of 38, 39 metre mark. Okay, so Courtney, we're doing three-quarter cuts here. A finalist at the, finished fifth, I think, at the Junior World Champs last year in Florida. Finished fifth, I think, at Moomba Masters this year. Good strong pull out here. Makes a turn for the ramp. Big kick off the top. Yeah, had a good poke. Slightly on the latest side that I would have liked to see her go a little bit earlier on the first, but she was confident. Cut through the ramp and through to the final.
Oh, sorry, I was going to listen to you.
So just a reminder to those watching on the live webcast, we have got commentary going over both the Barefoot Lake and the Ski Lake. Oh, 36.3, Glenn, you'd be happy with that as Dad, 36.3. Got a personal best getting up around 40, is it? 39 something? 40.8, so good opener.
Yeah, 36.3, it's a good opener. She didn't really quite, I think she was a little later than she wanted to be, and she seemed to almost not cut through the ramp. Sometimes it's funny like that when you're working hard to get to the ramp, you actually don't cut properly through the ramp. You start almost looking at the corner. I'm not sure, Cammy Evans is her coach, I'm not sure what he was saying, but it's a solid enough jump to get through. She has had a 40.8 metre jump, but typically she jumps around that 38, 39. There's sort of the stars have got to be aligned and everything's got to be just perfect for her to go up over 40. Tell you what, conditions are pretty good right now, aren't they? Very nice. You know, obviously we'd like a little bit more of a headwind, but to be honest, they're pretty nice at the moment. Just the odd little puff. This is the best day wind-wise. Unfortunately, as the weekend goes on, the wind gets a little stronger. Okay, here comes Courtney. Let's see if she can't get another couple of metres off this jump. Good strong pull out on the Malibu towboat. Oh, this is a better turn this time from Courtney. She's got good edge into the bottom. Oh, don't know. She probably cut through the jump better, but I don't know if she quite got the same lift. We'll wait and see. Good pull through the air. See if she hasn't got another metre or so. Courtney has a chance of getting on the podium in the overall, but she will want to jump well. Jump is probably her best event, along with the tricking, so she really would like to get a score up in the 38s or 39s, I think, for her overall. Yeah, 37.1. So, look, it's okay, but we want a bit more here, I'm sure.
Well, Glenn, you got to say good confidence builder. I know Courtney's been working on confidence. She had a couple out the fronts, didn't she, late last season? But spent some time up there with Kylie at Lake Flood over the winter. And one thing Kyle is, he's a great confidence builder. You know, he just kind of gets it back to basics, gets the kids riding over, and just builds their confidence up slowly. And good to see Courtney's back and starting to build. As you said, got a personal best just up over the 40-metre mark. Jump number 2, 37.1. Let's see what she's got on her third and final. Some great jumpers to come. Alia Young, one of the Hannafar kids all the way from Malaysia, followed by Casey Wooderson. And that'll wrap up the women's jump. Then we move on to men's jump, mate.
No, I think we go to the seniors, actually. I think we've got Sarah Wainwright, the over 35 women's, then 3 of the over 35 men's, and then we go to open men's, I believe, is the program. I would say that all the men's jumpers will be pretty happy to see the conditions at the moment. They want to get out there.
Is that the same shoulder?
Yeah.
Like the old shoulder?
This is
Then
the
I'll put
third
pressure.
one.
What's the same shoulder?
Third on.
Just so the ligaments.
I've got actually got arthritis in it, and I've got 2 pieces of bone floating around in there.
Didn't help.
So you had to remove the floating.
Like my shoulder's tight. Yeah. Oh, all the way there.
Okay, here's Courtney Williams now, third and final. She'll desperately want to get up around that 39, I think, or maybe even closer to 40. She's a little bit wider here. This is pretty good, pretty late. Good speed into the bottom. Oh, trips on the wakes and lets it go. Just a little bit later than she wanted to be.
Okay, on the barefoot lake, we've got Zali Peebles. She just did a back flyer off the dock to come in for her first pass. There's a 1 foot reverse. She's got 500 points on the board. Back toe. That's another 200. Going for a back toe reverse. She'll be doing her 1 foot 1 hands next. There you go. Definitely improvement on the first round. She actually found her way outside the wake this time. She doesn't actually ski too well in a straight line because she is a SeaWorld skier, so she prefers to go round and round in circles. She did make it to the end of the lake, so let's hope she gets a good run coming back. Yep.
So I've got a flying back PP to 2, back 1 foot, back 1 foot, back toe, hop, time, and then we got a away 1 foot out of time.
First pass provisional score for Zali Peebles is 1,000. Her last trick was out of time and she elected not to do her 1 foot waves, but it's a solid score of 1,000 for Zali Peebles.
And it's getting pretty old and tired. Not quite 61. Yeah, yours has always had more grip than mine. Because everybody's different, right?
Okay, so we've got back here on the tournament lake, we've got Alea Young now. Shout out to her family at home watching in Malaysia. Now she's got, her best is up over 40 metres now. She had a great Mooma Masters. She's finished 4th at Moomba Masters, I believe. Really, jump. She's always been a good trick skier, slalom, but jump has been the big improver for her over the last year. Let's see how she goes. Jump number 1. To the ramp she comes. Yeah, nice extension off the top. And that will be, I think that will be our biggest jump. I don't know if it's going to be 40. If I had to guess, I'd say it'd be around 38. But it just looked a little bit further than Courtney's 37.1.
Okay, on the Barefoot Lake, we're just waiting for Zali Peebles to come through on her second pass. She'll be doing a forward toe-up start, which is a 400-point start. And then she'll be trying to squeeze as many points as she can into her 15-second pass. She's on the water.
Okay,
she's
so it
outside
was
the
40
weight.
metres. Well done, 40.5.
She's setting up. Speed's being given to her. She skis fast at 69. And she nails that toe-up. Now she's doing 1 foot hand reverse. Huge bunny hop. Rope on toe reverse. Series of tumble turns now. 360 tumble turn to 1. 360 reverse tumble turn to 1. And that would just about be time. Still tricking though all the way to the end of the lake. Great run there for Zali Peebles. Our next skier on our Barefoot Lake is Elena McClung. We'll see if we can get a provisional for Zali.
40.5.
Wide, 1 foot, 1 foot. 1 foot wide, 1 foot wide. 2 toes. Yep.
So Zali's second pass, we've got a forward toe up, 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot wave, reverse, hop, toe reverse, 360 tumble.
Well, are you putting the ramp up?
180 tumble to 1 time.
Good water. Mucking around, putting the ramp up.
I think I've got everything. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 18 months.
Are you getting into drive, mate?
Provisional score for Zali Peebles is 1800. Elena is capable of bettering that score. She can trick in the 2000s. She hasn't had a good tournament so far. Let's wish her all the best.
Okay, here comes Alea Jung now, a Malaysian representative. Jump number 2, she's got a 40.5 on her first, perfect condition. It is glassed off. She's the first, she's doing the full doubles. Just a little bit slow out of the turn there. Into the ramp she comes. Great air form. You know, I think she was a little bit earlier on that one though, so she had great air form, but I'm not sure she had quite the same speed. We'll wait and see though. It was a beautiful, tidy jump.
She's in the water. Okay, Elena McClung on the Barefoot Lake, doing a toe-up, coming in forwards for her first pass. Etches her way out into the curl, setting up, waiting for speed.
38. Sorry, 38.3, 38.3.
Okay, Elena nails that start. She's doing 1 foot wave reverse, going up for a forwards toe, then for her reverse, and then going down for a series of tumble turns to 1. Is she going to try a front to back at the end? Probably not. She can do one, but hasn't actually put it into her trick runners yet.
If I was running the show, that dude's putting the jump up, would be heading out there already.
Well, 1 foot wave's 50, isn't it? 2 toes.
Swim in. You got good water. If it's rough, there's no hurry.
Yep.
Elena McClung, first pass, we go forward toe up, wave 1 foot, reverse wave 1 foot.
Teaching.
Toe reverse, 360 tumble to 1, 360 tumble to 1 reverse, and 360 tumble.
Well raised.
Time.
Pretty strict, but it's pretty heavy.
Right, provisional score for Elena's first pass is 950 points. So there's nothing in it between Zali and Elena. Zali's first pass was provisional 1,000. Elena's is 950. So let's see if Elena can nail her backwards step start and ski out her backwards pass.
Better than the first round at my place in the week. No, sure. Kind of almost had a crash on the first and then she lost her way. She will need to jump further in the next round, but this round is good. It is.
Okay, Alea Young, full double cut. She opened with a 40.5. Let's see if she's got a timing right here. Conditions absolutely perfect now with that glassy water. Into the ramp she goes. There's bigger kick. Oh, that is a lovely jump. I'm still not sure it's quite as far as the first one though, Ed. I don't know. We'll wait and see. It's hard to tell, but she had 40.5 on her first. I think she had more speed on her first jump. Yeah. But I could be wrong. We're sitting behind the ramp here, about 50 metres behind the ramp. It's a little bit hard to judge.
Okay, Elena McClung's just done a backwards step start. Then she's done a 1 foot reverse in the step position. She's gone to do 2 back toes, and she did a back to front. She'll be happy with that.
Oh, it was further. 41.3. That's good jumping from Alea. 41.3.
That's great skiing from Elena. We'll get a provisional from the boat. Yeah, go ahead.
Elena's second pass, we've got a back DP in the step position. We've got a step 1 foot reverse, toe reverse, a back to front, time.
Okay, there you go. You've heard it straight from the boat.
They put their swimmer in the boat, eh? But it makes the boat out like boogie. They've also got a swimmer on the bank, Cammy, which he's got no chance of getting there really. Because he's sitting right back here behind the jump. It'd be like if someone jumped 40 metres, it'd be like a 100 metre swim. See him down here, next to Chris Shaw on the... I want to see him. I want to see him swim out there.
Okay, so for Elena McClung, a total provisional score of 23.50. So I think she's taken the gold medal position from Zali. Next skier on the water is William Lee from New Zealand, the first of our under 23 skiers. Okay, so Will is on the water now. He's selected to do a forwards toe start coming into course. Nails it nicely. Just getting himself settled, coming into course, standing up nice and high, doing a front to back,
Okay,
back to
well, the
front,
jump.
front to back reverse, and then back to the front. Combined, that's worth 900 points. That looked like a 3, could have been a 5. Don't know if he does 5s, but sort of lost sight of him there. But some really nice tricking there, real nice turns.
Okay, Casey Wooderson now. Top seed, the ramp's up to 5'6", 1.65 metre height. Casey, of course, the #1 ranked jumper at this tournament. She's a personal best, a little bit over 43 metres. I actually wonder whether she jumped really big at the Oz Kiwi, the last Oz Kiwi in New Zealand, which was at Lake Crichton. I got a feeling her PB could be from Lake Crichton. I got Janine behind me. She follows a lot of PBs. What do you reckon? I have a feeling it could have been at Crichton at the Oz Kiwi. She jumped very big there. I don't know. Look, she is the favourite in this event. And remember that Alia's not in this event to take a medal. So at the moment you've got Courtney on 37.1. Hillary, I think it was 36.3 from memory. So it wouldn't take too much for Casey to get ahead of those girls. But I don't think she's been practising much at all. So I don't think we're going to see a 43. But I would expect her to go out and sort of get around that 38, 39, maybe 40, and just kind of just stay ahead. What do you think, Hillary? Okay. Oh, Hillary reckons Casey's been 41 without any practice, so before on other occasions. So let's see how she goes. Good conditions. It's a little bit crossy, but it's definitely a headwind. Full double. This is pretty brave because she hasn't had Famil. Into the ramp she comes. Look at that. I reckon, I don't think it's quite as far as Alaya's jump, but that's got to be high 30s if it's not 40. That's pretty impressive, you know, Ed. Not training much, not having Famil, straight out there on the full doubles. Jumping very well.
I just don't want to talk over him. It's no good us talking. Okay, back to the Barefoot Lake. We've got William Lee from New Zealand coming into course. He's done a back deep. He's got a provisional score of 2,300 going down, so he's on par to repeat his 4,400 score from the first round. Oh, hanging in there for his back-to-back. Doing a back, oh, and he's fallen on his back-to-back reverse. Bad luck there. You're right, Will. Yeah, great skiing there from Will. May not give his 4,400 point first round score a nudge, but definitely exhibited some great turns there, nice and clean.
Never even got the time.
Our next skier on the water is Connor Rogers.
Mate, I never heard the distance.
Are you going to make it? I'll make an edit on myself, shall I?
37.1.
How did you hear that? Really?
Okay, well, that distance was 37.1. It hasn't, I didn't hear on the radio, but we've got it on live score, so there you go. That's good to see, 37.1. It actually ties her with Courtney, so there you go. But the difference is that Casey has 2 more jumps to come.
Yes, yes.
I've got a back deepie for William, second pass, back deepie to 2 back 1 foot, a back-to-back 3, and then a 4. 100, I think, for that one.
Okay, here we go. Casey Wooderson now. See if she can't get herself a little bit later and see if she can go a bit further. Nice pull out there. Nice turn. It's probably a little bit early, I think, and back on her heels. Hard to tell here, isn't it, from this distance, from here. My gut feeling is that it's not really much further because she was back a bit on her heels on the ramp, but we'll wait and see.
Okay, provisional score for William Lee, second pass is 1,400, so a total of 3,700. It was unfortunate he fell there. Probably could have squeezed in a couple more tricks. But right now in the water we've got Connor Rogers skiing for Australia. He's coming in to do a front toe up.
I think I heard 38.7. 38.7. Is that right?
Okay, so here comes Connor, his
the biggest
first
jump
trick
of the
is a
Oceania
front
competitors.
Okay, Connor Rogers doing a series of 4 540s, nailing all of them, and doing a 7. I've lost sight of the spray. Not sure what he did after that first 7. But nice and quick and clean, 540s there, all 4 of them. They're worth 3,200 points combined.
Well, we should hear on the radio.
Yeah. We all got nothing on tonight, so we'll have a beer.
We'd all love a beer. Hey, Joel, just leave the jump at 5.5 for next gear. Hey, Sarah.
Okay.
Got a 4 toe for Connor, 4 5, 4 TikToks, and a front toe.
Yeah. Hang out here a bit, but I reckon he's happy for you to take the stand if you want to me.
Okay, third and final now. This is a bit later and it's a good turn. She's into the ramp with a bit of speed. But that was weird, a little bit discombobulated in the air. I'm not sure if it's any further. A lot more speed. Decent jump. Definitely going to go into the final as top seed. Well, actually, top seed of the Oceania competitors anyway.
Okay, Connor Rogers, his first pass consisted of a toe-up, all 4 540s. Then he did 4 TikToks. Then he actually did a front toe. So provisional first pass score for Connor Rogers of 4,600.
39.1. Good jumping from Casey.
Okay, Connor Rogers coming in for his second pass. He's doing a back deep. That's 200 points. He did a provisional turn to the front before he starts coming into course and tricking. Oh, he's gone for a front-to-front 7 and he's fallen on the last 180 of that turn. Are you okay, Connor? He's giving us a wave. He's okay. He'll be disappointed with that, but he'll still be the gold medalist for the under-23 men trick final.
Good work though, Pete. That's a good deal on that boat.
Okay, we're going to have a change of boat crew before we commence our open women trick final and our open men trick final on the Barefoot Lake.
Roger, second pass, just a back deep, 200 points.
Thank you.
Our running order on the Barefoot Lake for the Open Women's Final will be Sarah Linton from New Zealand, Georgia Growan from New Zealand, and then Kelly Blank from Australia. The Open Men will follow with Ryan Growan from New Zealand, Brendan Page from Australia, and Keenan Derry from Australia, completing that event. Okay, forgive my ignorance, but there is no crew change. We've got Sarah Linton on the water, and she's just nailed a forward toe start. Going up for a front toe reverse, then a 360 tumble turn to 1, 360 tumble turn reverse to 1. All these 1 foot tumble turn stand-ups are worth 100 points each, and she's tricking all the way to the end of the lake. Nice clean tricking there by Sarah.
So we got a toe up for Sarah. We got front toe, 60 to 1, 360 to 1 reverse, 180 to 1 reverse, wave 1 foot, wave 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot, sit down to 1, sit down to 1. We had a late timer, so something might be out towards the end there.
Okay, so there you hear it from the boat judge. Potentially 1,160 points provisional for Sarah Linton from New Zealand. There was a malfunction with the timer towards the end, so that may change. All of these scores are provisional because they're only coming from one boat judge. Okay, Sarah Linton from New Zealand on the barefoot lake, coming in backwards. Very nicely and quickly putting herself into the step position and did a back step bunny hop, but unfortunately she's lost the handle. So she won't be improving on her first round score, but nice tidy skiing on the way down.
Okay,
and next skier on the water on the barefoot lake is Georgia Growan. She took an early fall in the first round, so she'll be looking to redeem herself.
Okay, back to the tournament, Lake. We're now into over 35 women. First competitor, Sarah Rainwhite with 17 metres. 17 metres and her opening jump.
Loaded for step, we got step hop, step 1 foot reverse, and a fall.
Okay, here we go. Jump number 2 from Sarah Wainwright. Doesn't do a lot of jumping. She's just really out here chasing the overall. Was a former New Zealand rep in the age group years and years ago. But really, slalom has become her thing. Trick her second event. And she's just really dusted the jump skis off just to go for the overall score here for the over 35 women's. And ultimately for the team's overall points. Just waiting for Sarah's second jump. I didn't actually, it was 17.2, I think, was the was jump number 1. Just waiting for jump number 2.
Okay, we've got Georgia Groen on the barefoot lake coming in for the first of her 2 trick passes. Provisional for Sarah Linton is a total of 2,150. Sorry, 1,860. 2,150 was the first round score. So Georgia doing front to back, back to front, front to front 3, front to front 3 reverse. Doing a 7. And she's fallen just at the end there, possibly on time or just before. Nice skiing there from Georgia. Definitely an improvement from the first round. She is still recovering from ankle ligament injuries, so she's had to sort of change the way she does a reverse turn so it doesn't hurt her. But she's out there and pulled off a very good first pass in this trick final for the Open Women.
Okay, back to the tournament. Like jump number 2 for Sarah Wainwright, 18.2. 18.2. She's building quite nicely. Question is, Glenn, has she had enough? Will she be coming back for jump number 3?
Oh, of course she will. She'll be back, Sarah. Getting her. It's a good conditions out there at the moment, and enjoying it. We look forward to it. Then we got the old guys coming up. I tell you what, there's more duct tape and Voltaren gone into these guys, and you can shake a stick at. Mine doesn't work. Here we go, Sarah Wainwright. Jump number 3. Oh, that could be a little further, I think.
Okay.
We got 4 trick blocks, 7, a 5, and a 4.
You don't have to tip the bag to them, mate. Well, we should be looking big.
So no boat change here. So I haven't been following up on this. So next one's seniors, and then it's juniors. It's been brought forward.
So there's a
17.8. 17.8 for Sarah's 3rd jump.
Then we're going into the old. So this is on that lake, and this is here on this lake. So if you let those people know that that's been delayed by 1 hour, and let these people know that that's also been delayed previous to.
So it's being delayed to 5, or is this correct?
That's correct. All these times are correct. Yep. I'm going to give you a
Well, we've got viewers from all around the world tuning in, of course, to watch this webcast. Just to paint the picture, it's been pretty cool here in Mulwala this week, but we've actually got some warm sunshine. It feels to be around 24, maybe 25 degrees at the moment. We have got a very light winds. Every now and again, we just get the light puff of a tail, but we also get the light puff of the head and a little bit of crosswind. It's almost not enough wind to really find its direction, Ed. I got to say, from those of you that have not been to Australia, the Australians, of course, are used to it, but we are getting attacked by flies here, Ed. There's probably a gazillion flies all over us. Makes it tough to concentrate on your call, swatting them away, but you see the Aussies walking around like it's a normal day. We've got the Malibu boats, which are running great. They sound great on the jump, don't they? Plenty of roar. It's good to hear. Thanks very much to Malibu.
Okay, on the barefoot lake, we've got Georgia Groen coming in for a 2nd pass. The provisional on her first pass was 2,700, so she's already improved on her first round score. So that's a front to front 3, front to front 3 reverse. That was a 540 to the back, 1 foot reverse. And I don't know what that was.
Come into a fine spot.
Well, here we go. He's not scared of having a dig, is he, Glenn?
Well, he's silver medal at the World Champs, of course, in south of France. When was that? September, I think. He's silver medalist in the over 65s at those world titles. Mark Lauder, he's a bit of a legend around here. He's got the biggest, heftiest knee braces I've ever seen in water skiing. Noticed some toe tricking earlier today. I was judging without a release person. He does not trust a release person. He does not like to be released early, so he tricks without a release person. And that system used to work here back in the 70s or 60s when we were towed on by like 70-horse Evinrudes. And if you were starting to get dragged falling, you just pretty much stall the boat. But with these big Malibus, I'm not so sure. Was zero off, because that motor's just going to keep finding a way to keep doing that 28k and keep dragging you down the lake with your rope on tow. Anyway, Mark Lauder, he's an action-packed machine. Basically retired now. He's a semi-professional water skier. He's a professional water skier who doesn't actually make any money out of water skiing, if you know what I mean. He follows the circuit. A great guy.
Okay, I'll come and sit over here with you.
So just quickly, provisional for Georgia Groen on the return pass. She elected to do a forwards tumble turn to one, so that that foot is obviously causing her some grief. Then she did 2 front-to-front 360s. Then she was given no credit for the 540. Then she did 2 1-foots, and then no credit for a 1-foot back to front. Provisional of 4,000 points for Georgia Groen. Next skier on the water is Kelly Blank. She's just done a backward start. I'm not sure whether it was a flyer or not. I missed it. She's pulling into the step position. And she's done a step 1-foot reverse. That's 400 combined. Then she's going up for a back toe. 200 points there, back toe
Here we
reverse.
go, Mark Lauder. I can't see the start of his cut, but it wouldn't surprise me if he does a full triple cut. He's from that old school from the 70s. And here he comes now, jump number 2. Up over the wakes he goes, out wide on that Malibu towboat. Conditions are perfect. Makes his turn, waits as late as he can. Good turn. Hunkers down in for the ramp. Not a bad jump there from Mark Lauder. Jump number 2. 66 years of age.
My age.
I don't know if the Kiwi jumpers feel guilty at all, but the average age of the New Zealand jumpers in this event is about 41. The average age of the Australian jumpers in this event is 66. Don't feel good. It's 25 years older, the average age of the Aussies.
.7 metres, Glenn. Not bad from a 66-year-old. 31.7 metres. Put your hands together, folks. That is a great performance.
Okay, for all our ultimate competitors that are out there, at approximately 4 p.m. on the West Lake, the tournament lake, the slalom event will be run for women and men for our ultimate challenge competitors. And on the East Lake, at about 4:20, our ultimate competitors will be doing the show ski element of the ultimate competition. So, okay, just been corrected, it'll be 5:21 on the East Lake for the show ski element for our ultimate competitors. So don't go away, guys, because the events that we have on the later half of today will be absolutely so exciting to watch. In the meantime, Kelly's provisional on her first pass is 1400. She's down the bottom end of the course. She'll be coming back for a second pass very shortly. We've got 3 more open skiers after our open women. Then we're going to go into the junior slalom final. And then, as I said before, the ultimate show ski event.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to this ultimate competition, Glenn. Nice time of night. Yeah, it's kind of like happy hour. I feel it's going to be a bit of a casual event. And we're going to see some great skiing and show skiing tonight. So I suggest you get your cooler or your esky down here, and we'll have happy hour down here and just enjoy the event. It's going to be a great, great occasion.
Tell you what I'm enjoying right now, Ed, and that's Mark Lauder's jumping. I could watch him all day, straight out of the 1970s playbook. but with big skis, I guess you'd say. Good speed on this one. Into the ramp he goes. Oh, absolutely boots that one. That's going to be further, folks. That could be 34 or 35. Plenty of excitement.
Okay, Kelly Blank just came back for her second pass in tricks. Haven't got a provisional from the boat yet, but she was coming in forward, so no doubt she did a forward toe up. Right in front of me here, she did a beautiful toe turn to the back, and she did what we call a downgrade back to front toe turn, where you're not actually turning on your feet all the way around to the front, but you can drop down onto your bum, and provided you stand up in the toe position as you would on a toe start, you get credited 300 points. If you do that to feet, it's worth
34
900
metres,
points.
and we believe that is a new over 65 Australian jump record. So there you go, peoples. We believe unofficially we have a new over 65 Australian jump record.
It's raining records.
Okay, so I forgot about our senior skiers earlier, so sorry, thanks Sansi for telling me. But we will have, after the open men's tricks, we will have the senior men's tricks, both women and male. And then we're going to have the junior slalom final. So there will be a boat change after our 3 open men trickers. For our senior trickers, then there will be a boat change before our junior slalom finalists. And then at 4 o'clock on the West Lake, we'll have the ultimate skiers doing slalom. And at 5:20, we'll have the ultimate skiers on the East Lake, the Barefoot Lake, doing their show ski element of the competition.
Okay, back to the tournament late, guys, and I tell you what, all the guys still working back in New Zealand. You need to turn off the other screen and focus on this one. Lancey Green is about to hit the water. The great Lancey Green, he's got the, talk about New Zealand records, mate, he's got the over 35 jump record for New Zealand, and capable of pushing it at well out over 50 metres. Got personal best in excess of 60 metres. I don't know what we're going to see here today. Lancey suffered an injury on the 10.75 in slalom. He's damaged his eye, funnily enough. He's got a funky shot of eye. He's going off to hospital after this. He's basically lost vision or blurred vision in one eye. So he's going to have a crack at this just so he can get through to the final. So he's probably going to go gentle 3/4, look to go out over 40 metres. So Lancey Green, all the hopes of New Zealand rest on this next jump.
Yeah, so basically the word from the training camp, the New Zealand training camp, is that Lancey will do a single cut. He will come in and he will head off for emergency eye surgery on his left eye, which he burst a pupil or something slaloming this morning. So this is a gutsy effort. Detached retina is the diagnosis from the Kiwi team doctor. So here's a single cut from Lance Green to get into the final. It's not the greatest of single cuts, but it's all he needs. And let's see if he comes. I don't know. He's a lover of the jump event, and it's glass calm out there. He's probably going to want to keep going here. We'll have to wait and see. He's coming in. So there will be, we have the best eye surgeons being flown up from Melbourne right now, the Kiwi team. And we will do a full retina. Maybe we'll get one of those bionic eyes that like Steve Austin had in the 80s. No, he's coming home. Hopefully he can ski again in the finals. He's made the final in all 3 events. I guess the surgeon might have something to say about that, but let's hope he's back tomorrow.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I wasn't able to call Ryan's run, but he got paid for his front toe hold. No credit on the 1 foot back to front turn. Sorry, front to back turn. Then he did a 1 foot, and then he did a 3, which is 5. So provisional for Ryan is 930.
Okay, hospital. Hey, sweetie, yeah, bring beer back.
Look, I've got a credit. I do have a credit card on me. We could.
I actually just gave him a credit card to me.
Yeah. To get beer?
No, she's going to the bakery and she wanted stuff.
We've gone through a slab pretty quick.
I've got a cold slab back there, but Nicola does not transport alcohol. She refuses it.
Oh, yeah?
And she's got the keys to the unit in the car. And,
what's happening?
Changing handles.
So on the barefoot lake, our senior trickers should be getting ready. You've only got 2 more open skiers, well 2.5 open skiers, because we've still got Ryan Growan coming back. Then we've got Brendan Page and Keenan Derry. And then we're going into the seniors trick final for women and men.
how far was Cammy's? Yeah, lunch?
I haven't heard it.
That feels a little pale in here now. Let's go, Chris. You didn't know. Should we ask for it?
I haven't heard it.
Can you go and look on live score?
Oh, my thing.
I'm not kidding. I've got problems down on my phone.
About it. Who's got live scores?
Okay, Chris Shaw now, he's leading the trick event in the old man's division with 5,800 points. See how he goes here. He is a little bit allergic to tailwinds, Chris. He talks about it a lot. Not because he's worried about crashing, he's just the landings are quite hard on his old body. We just got the little zephyr of a tailwind just sort of starting to appear.
Maybe after this. Is your live scoring at work? My phone just died.
We're going for a single to start. I'm surprised at this from Chris. He did for Mill, and as far as I know, he hasn't got eye surgery coming up. That's a nice single, though. He's popped off the top on that.
Ryan, we just want to
jump
confirm
from
that...
Chris Shaw.
Okay. You want me to read the trick scores? Sure. I'll listen to them.
Ryan.
Okay, from the tournament, like guys, just had some trick scores come up on the live scoring. So the trick results are out. First place from New Zealand, Chris Shaw with 5,800. Second place, Cameron Evans, 4,160. Third place, Lindsay Green, 3,240. Then we go to Lee Bray, 2,640. Mark Lauder, 1,590.
Ryan Growan, you took a big fall there. Are you okay, buddy?
Sounding great, Ed. 37.3. 37.3.
Nurse or anything?
For Chris Shaw's opening jump.
Just want to go to sleep. Fair enough. Our next skier on the water is Brendan Page. He's our second last open men's trick finalist.
You got there, didn't you, mate? Hey, the microphone's going through.
That's all right.
Yeah, so Chris Shaw, 37.3 on a single. Let's see, goes a little bit further. He was at a tournament up at My Lake in the north of New Zealand on the weekend. He went, I think it was 45.8 at that tournament. See if he can't get up around that sort of distance. This looks like a pretty good approach here from Chris Shaw. He's going to have a bit of speed on this one if he can get up and over. Oh, look at him go, Chris Shaw. Had a bit of a look out the front. I'm not sure the wind was there for him to do that, but that's a decent jump from Chris. Well, I got to say, the Kiwi men might have jumped further than Mark Lauder, but they are 25 years younger, and they are not getting through all 3 jumps because Chris Shaw's coming home. At least Mark Lauder, the Aussie, took all 3. So at this stage, the Kiwis have got the distance, but maybe not the fitness. Although, to be fair, Lance Green does need eye surgery.
Good stuff, Chris.
Commentary to scorers. Do you mind giving me Chris Shaw's last jump?
Okay, Brendan Page's first trick pass consisted of a back deep. We'll hear the provisional from the boat any minute, but there was a 540 in there, a couple of 1-foots. There was a step back to front and front to back.
44.5.
Brendan first 5, a 3, a 1-foot to the back 1-foot, a back to front, a step 3, wave 1-foot, step 1, 1-foot, hop in the step position, the step 1, time.
Well, that was an interesting trick one from Brendan Page. I don't think I've seen him trick that series of tricks before. So he's caught me unaware, unalert, but he'll be coming back from the bottom end doing a toe up for sure. He does a beautiful toe turn to the back and a toe turn to the front, feet to feet as his 2 opening tricks. So let's hope he makes it all the way to the end of the lake. Only one more open men's skier after Brendan, and then we're going into seniors tricks.
Chris went 37. Yeah, I did see them. I don't know if they actually, I think he was pretty close.
Okay, ice to the right, Brendan Page coming into course. Doing the forwards toe up.
Yeah, from the boat jumping put up.
Okay, watch these guys. Watch this, guys. We've got toe turn to the back, toe turn to the front, feet to feet, nails it. That's a 900-point trick. 1-foot turn to the back, 1-foot turn to the front. Watch this 1-foot 3. Oh, he's dropped it. Wave. And going in for a 720 front to front. And I've lost sight of him. He's still got the handle at the other end. Unfortunate that he dropped that 1-foot 3. He did a very clean one in the first round. The running order for the seniors trick final. Firstly, our senior women's skier, Katina Davis, followed by John McTaggart. I'll be back with you in a minute.
Yep.
Brendan's provisional second pass.
Gotcha.
Okay, well maybe the radio isn't working to the boat. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Just having a problem with my radio to the boat. So I don't have a provisional for Brendan's second pass. Keen and Jerry will be coming through shortly. So John McTaggart, Matthew Slow, Brent Wright, Grayson Cooper, Grant Plummer, Peter Roberts, Ben Greenwell and Luke Vandenheuvel will be our 8 senior men finalists, following Tina Davis, our senior women's finalist. Oh, can you grab that for me? Thank you very much. Okay, Keen and Jerry on the water, doing a back deep. Nice and stable in the curl. Oh, that's a 720 back-to-back. 720 back-to-back reverse. That looked like a step 3. And then a reverse, I think. He stopped tricking, so he's happy. He's ran out his pass. Provisional for Brendan Page is, sorry, Keenan Derry.
Water to 2, we've got a 7, a 1 foot, a back to front, a step 3, step 1, step.
Okay, so Keenan Derry's first pass consisted of a back deep, 2 720s, a step to the front, actually 2 step 1 foots first, then a step to the front, and then a front to front step 3. Okay, Keenan Derry came back for his second pass, doing forward toe up. And then he does a front to back 5, back to front 5, front to back 5 reverse, back to front 5. That's the 4 5s, which are worth 3,200 points. A nice 1 foot turn to the back, then back to the front. And then his reverse. He stopped tricking, so he's pretty happy with that. Hopefully I'll be able to get a provisional from the boat this time. Changed radios, got rid of the static. Yep.
Okay, I've got a toe up. I've got 5 5, no credit on the third 5, 5 again. I've got a 1 foot to the back. Yeah, 1 foot there, so he's in the forward position. 1 foot to the back, 1 foot to the front, a 180 wave time.
Okay, so that was Keenan Derry's trick run on his second pass for the Open Men's Trick Final. It's all provisional, so we'll have to wait for the scores to come back from the scorers. So there'll be a boat change now going into senior trick finals. Senior women's first with Katina Davis. And then we've got John McTaggart, Matthew Slow, Brent Wright, Grayson Cooper, Grant Plummer, Peter Roberts, Ben Greenwell and Luke Vanden Heuvel.
Okay, here we go. We're going to get in now to the last of the tournament skiing of the day, which is the open men's jump elimination round. Now, I think there are 3 guys going to miss out on this final. I haven't quite looked at the numbers, but it'll be a final cut somewhere in the low 40s, I reckon, to make it through. Having a bit of a go. One of the young juniors from Australia. Okay, we've Finn Sheehy now from Queensland, jumping up first. One of those Junior Worlds competitors, of course. The Junior Worlds coming up in 6 weeks in Chile, Santiago, Chile. And he's getting a bit of top tournament practice out here. 38.8. I reckon you're going to need about 42 to make it through to the final. I don't really know why I reckon that. I just got a bit of a feel for it. So I don't think 38.8 will be enough. Having said that, the cut for the ladies was lower than I thought. The cut for the ladies I thought was going to be into the 30s, 32 or 33, and I think it ended up about 29.7 from memory. Here we go now, Finn Sheehy, one of the great young up-and-coming stars. He's a very good slalom skier. You can tell by looking at his body shape, he's a good slalom skier. Jump number 2. Oh, that's further, I think. That's got to be close to 40. A little bit sort of straight up and down. He didn't really carry his speed through the ramp, but still got to be around that 40-metre mark, I would think. Just had the word through that they're tightening down the drop times at each end a little bit. They're just starting to run a bit behind time. It's been really generous so far. It's been great. We had some good conditions out there. 39.1. 39.1 from Finn Sheehy. 39.1, decent sort of distance. Gut feeling it's not quite enough to get through. Here we go. Jump number 3. He needs 40, I reckon, to get into the final. He lets that go. Looked like a good setup, maybe a little later than he wanted to be.
39.1. 3.
Okay, Ross Linton, we need you to be our dock marshal for our senior trick final. Ross Linton, are you on your way up there?
Okay, we've got Lockie Butlin coming up now. Interesting.
Okay, Katina Davis on the barefoot lake just did a back flying deep water start to 2 and has lost the handle, so she'll be disappointed with that. She didn't trick too well in the first round. I'm sure she was hoping to improve, so let's see if she gets a re-ride. Back flying starts are tricky to drive for, so let's hope they can be a bit lenient and perhaps give her a re-ride. She's not competing against anyone but herself. She's recently returned from a successful trip to the Masters tournament in Texas. So let's have our fingers crossed that she gets offered a re-ride.
Okay, from the tournament lake, opening jump from Lockie Butlin, 38.9, 38.9.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, cheers mate, that's cool. Cheers mate, bye. Sorry mate, so what's that? What do you mean negative? Well, I've been here that all day.
Yeah, so see, we're definitely doing
Sure, so where are you?
junior Slalom. I don't think I have to do that. Yeah.
Would it most likely be
Oh, you're on the Miller Road farm and Graham Handy. Yep.
No, there's 8. There's eight tickers in front.
Well, looks like Katina Davis may be getting a re-ride. The boat's heading back towards the start dock. So that's fortunate for her. We've got, after Katina Davis, we've got 8 senior men trick finalists, and then we'll have a boat change, and then we'll be going into the junior girls and boys slalom final.
You write it down.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, Lockie Butlin passing on jump number 2. She the side's just getting a little bit movier. I think they've shortened up the drop time for the jump boat here on the tournament lake, and conditions are just a little bit movie, I think. But otherwise, the wind conditions absolutely perfect. Just glamming off beautifully. Okay, back to the tournament. Like third and final jump here for Lockie Butland. Better position. Oh, he just dropped, almost trips up on the wakes, doesn't he? It just drops his chest, but gets it together before he hits the bottom of the ramp.
Katina Davis having a reride on a backwards flying start, and she's nailed it, so she's coming into course. She's got a second life on this trick final. Back 1 foot, 1 foot reverse. She's got 600 points on the board so far. Back toe hold, very nicely done. Back toe hold reverse. Great conditions for this trick final for our seniors. And then possibly doing a 1 foot, 1 hand. Great skiing there for Katina Davis.
Okay, third and final for Lockie Butland, 35 metres. So his best is going to be the first jump of 38.9. 38.9 will be Lockie's best jump. Not sure it's going to be enough to get through, but we'll see as the field plays out. Next competitor from New Zealand, George Donaldson.
Okay, I've got another revised schedule for this afternoon. I don't really know how much different it is, but after our senior trickers on the Barefoot Lake, we're going to go into junior slalom final. We should start at 4:19 p.m. Then we're going to go at 5:29 p.m. We're going to have the ultimate show ski event on the Barefoot Lake. And at 4 p.m. still, as originally I think, on the West Lake, we'll have the ultimate slalom event.
Back to the tournament, sorry, I got a correction there. I'm looking at a old draw, I've been told. So it's Lucas Cornell from Australia on the water at the moment. It's Lucas Cornell, and he's about to come in for his first jump. Conditions perfect here for him. Slight cross headwind. No real rollies at the moment for his first jump. So let's see if he can't get a score out here. Just absolutely perfect. Oh, geez, just not happy in the turn, was he?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucas had a decent sort of a crash in for Mill. He's just struggling a bit for form. Magnificent three-event skier. Second best junior slalom skier in the world, Ed. Going into, he's a hot medal prospect for Australia at the World Champs in Chile, the World Titles in Chile in 6 weeks. He can also trick close to 8,000 points. So he's very good slalom and tricker. Jump, he can jump around that 42-metre mark, but jumpers is weaker events, so he'll be hoping that he stays nice and safe out here. Gets through the next round, but it's not when you're the arguably he could be the favourite for the slalom at this event. Although there's Trent Nelson, Cranfield as well, Ethan McKenzie's a few, but he does not want to hurt himself in this jump event, Ed, leading into his better events over the weekend.
Okay, Katina Davis just skied her second pass. Just calculating the points that she skied past, I think her provisional on her second pass would be 900. She skied all the way down on her first pass, so she's actually really knocked her first round score of 700 out the park. She's capable of tricking around the 2,000 mark. So she did a beautiful toe up. She did some toe holds, 1 foot waves. She did tumble turns to 1 all the way into the end of the lake. So she'll be happy with that. So we're now going into our senior men triggers. First skier on the dock from New Zealand, John McTaggart.
Okay, here goes Lucas. It's a little bit late on that first one. Just needs to settle, pedal a bit out there. Get his spot. Conditions pretty good right now, you'd have to say. Is that almost a light little head breeze there? I'm not sure. Out wide on the Malibu towboat. It's got a bit of roar, this boat, when it gets going, when it opens up. Here comes Lucas Cornell. Jump number 2 into the ramp he comes. Whee! Well, he's okay. He's on his skis, but he is a little bit nervous out there, I think. He's just struggling for confidence in the jump event. But he lands on his skis, and that's all good. It's a hell of a thing, Ed. You were an accomplished jumper back in your day. To get out after a crash is really hard, isn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt, Glenn, it is a head game. You know, some guys are like, I guess, cats on their feet. You know, they can get the skis back under them. But as you say, Lucas got a bright future in front of him in the slalom event. He's a big, tall lad, isn't he? So 34.7. So he's got points on the board, 34.7 metres. So, you know, here you say the under-17 Worlds in Chile. Santiago, I presume that the Miranda's Lake again. Boy, how many world champs have they held? It's just a magnificent sight there. And I'm sure these young juniors are going to go very well. So a lot of medals have been won on that site by former Australians. Been some very exciting competitions.
Okay, on the
New
barefoot
Zealand
leg,
was narrowly pipped at the post at the inaugural Under-21 Worlds here in Santiago. Up to the very last day, New Zealand had its hand up for its first ever teams medal. New Zealand found itself out of 24 countries in 3rd spot. And we're very good friends with the Australians going into that event. But they were in 4th spot, and on the last day we moved further and further apart on the bleachers, and it came down to the very last jump. And Australia just pushed New Zealand out of its only ever team medal on that site in Santiago, Chile. So some great memories for both Australia and New Zealand on that site. Here we go. Lucas Cornell coming in for 3rd and final. Got 34.7 on the board. Can he improve? He looks better in this shape. Oh! Just pulling a little bit hard on the ramp. Glenn, that's a fall.
so on the barefoot jump, what we've just seen is Mark McTaggart come through for his first pass in the senior men's trick final.
I think Kylie's one of the best jump coaches in the world. He flies in tomorrow morning, and Lucas has a week with Kylie, and I think he's about ready for it, to be fair, by the look of it. He's just seen lost confidence on the jump ramp. The good news is he's not hurt, folks, and he'll be out, and he is, I think, almost the favourite in the slalom event. Very good slalom skier.
So Mark McTaggart from New Zealand just did a forward flying tumble start to 1.
Lucas Cornell probably needs to go back to the jump doctor and get a bit of a checkup, because he's just lacking confidence there.
Okay, so Mark McTaggart is heading up to the far end of the course. He did a flying tumble start to 1 as he start, and then he did a rope on toe, went up for the toe reverse and took a fall. So he did have a first round score of 480, so he's going to need to ski out this second pass to better that first round score.
Okay, back to the tournament lake. We next skier to leave the dock is George Donaldson, representing New Zealand. Home club is Lake Hood down there in the South Island. Sure, a lot of Aussies have visited that site. And in fact, the Lake Hood earlier this morning, the first New Zealand site to put their hand up to put a bid in for the next Oceania champs. Yet to see the bid to see how many divisions they can host. But let me tell you a little bit about Lake Hood. It's a man-made lake, a huge lake, and it's got a finger off it for tournament skiing, but it's a big lake set up for rowing, etc. And it's a gated community. It's a lovely subdivision around it, and they've got a boathouse, etc. So that could be quite exciting. So for the next Oceanias, yet to be confirmed. Here we go, opening jump for George Donaldson. Spread a little bit on the ramp, but he lands that one quite safely, just feeling it out. I'm sure he can push on from this. Yeah, I heard there may be a bid for the next Oceania champs, also coming from the Waikato region as well. Yeah, we hope. Yep. Talking to the right people. Yep.
Okay, eyes to the right on the barefoot lake. Mark McTaggart's coming through for his second pass. He's on his feet. He's just done a 180 tumble turn to one, reverse 180 tumble turn. Oh, and he hasn't been able to nail it. He's taken a fall. You okay? He's got a wave. He's okay. Next skier on the water, also from New Zealand,
okay.
Matthew Slow. His first round score was 880.
Okay, back to the tournament lake. George Donaldson's first jump, 41.3. So the boat will drop down the far end, let the rollie set a little bit, and he'll be coming back for jump number 2.
So George is through though, right?
Yep. So as we talk about future Oceanas, Glenn, we're going to have to get the Oceanas back in sync with the world champs, because the Oceanas are held every second year on the alternate year from the Open World Championships. Of course, the Open World Champs are this next year. No, we're slightly out, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, he just hangs on to that. Just sliding out a little bit on the ramp, isn't he?
I think what you find is when late in the season, then it's got to be January. It should be in the start. Yeah. Okay. So we're effectively 11 months out. Yeah, 10 or 11 months out. So if we think about that, the World's going to be this coming October. God, I need to write that down. How far, mate?
Matthew Slow on the water on the barefoot lake, skiing for New Zealand. Just did an amazing flyer off the dock for a forwards tumble turn start. Will it be to 1 or to 2? Looks like it'll be to 1, and very nicely so. Just waiting for speed. And his first trick's a 360 tumble turn to 1, 360 tumble turn reverse to 1. Yes, it is to 1. Then going down for some 180 tumble turns. These are all 1 foot stand-ups. Can't see what he's doing towards the end, but up to the point of his reverse tumble turn to 1, that would have been 550 points.
Okay, here we go. George Donaldson coming in for third and final. We missed the score on jump number 2. We'll get that to you shortly. But this is third and final, looking to get it together. And, he's just...
Sorry, no, that would have been a provisional of 600 points. We're not getting any...
He's struggling to keep his direction through the ramp. Okay, just had to catch up with George Donaldson's scores. His best jump was jump number 2, which was 42.1. 42.1, which he takes the lead with. Okay, so next competitor from New Zealand, Jack Silver. Certainly probably the top New Zealand overall junior skier, but he's skiing up and open. And he's also heading off to the Junior Worlds in 6 weeks. So he doesn't interfere too much with his training program. He is electing to jump at the junior speed of the divisional maximum speed of 51. So he has actually jumped at higher speeds. He did at Moomba last year and skied very well and put out a PB. But he's electing to keep it down at 51k.
So Matthew Slow on the barefoot lake just took a nasty little fall. Hope you're okay. He came in and did a forward deepy 1 foot stand up, did some 1 foot, some waves, and did a toe hold, and then unfortunately fell halfway down the course. He did have a provisional of 600, not 550 in his first pass, so he may have given his 880 a nudge. We'll have to wait and see. Next skier on the water, also from New Zealand, Brent Wright, with a first round score of 890. So real tight competition between these three, Matthew Slow, Brent Wright and Grayson Cooper.
Well, back to the tournament like Jack Silver. Boy, did he ever look at that. Little bit late, had to let it go, but of course at 51, you can really bring it downtown. And he really left it that late. So 51k, looking to compete with the big boys, but at a lower speed. Of course, Jack Silver's got probably a personal best at this speed of circa 48k. So he certainly can threaten some of the guys in the top seeds in this division. So he's of course spent most of New Zealand's winter actually over at Lake Fluid with Kyle Eade. And he actually did a PB over there at one of the Lake Fluid's competitions and set a new PP circa 48.5 or something like that.
Okay, Brent Wright on the East Lake, coming into course, doing a nice 360 tumble turn to one and the reverse, nice and clear for the judges. 180 turn to one, going down for a reverse 180 turn to one, doing all 4 tumble turns, and then not too sure what he did at the end there. Possibly.
Okay, on the tournament lake, just got the results through for jump number 2, Jack Silver, 42.1. He's going to look to push on for that. 42.1, probably about 5 or 6 metres back on his best. So just getting his eye in there. Conditions pretty good. He needs to put a score out here because we're just unsure of wind conditions for later in the weekend. This is as good as it's going to get. So you need to get a good score on round 1.
Brent Wright coming in for his second trick pass in the senior men's trick final. He's just in a 1 foot stand up to one, rope on toe reverse. Doing tumble turns to 2. There's a 360 to 2, 360 reverse to 2, 180 to 2. He's still got time, do the reverse. Oh, throwing in some 1 foot 1 hands at the end there. So possibly a provisional of 500 points there, not knowing when the timer went, seeing if his 1 foot 1 hands were in time at the end there. Next skier on the water is Grayson Cooper.
Okay, here we go, back to the tournament lake again. Third and final for Jack Silver. Can he get it together? He's got a score on the board, but conditions aren't going to get any better than what he's got right out here now. He needs a big score. He's capable of going 48 metres. This is a good setup. Gets off the top. Is that further, Glenn? Yeah, I think it is, mate. I think it is.
Good job, Jack. Good on, Jack. Yeah, 47.9.
Oh, 47.9 metres. Yeah, how good is he? How good is he? He's on fine form to go to Chile. And that could be maybe the best score. But of course, we've got the likes of Archie Davis, Alex King, Callum Ashcroft, and yet Hugh Donaldson to leave the dock.
47.9.
So Grayson Cooper doing a wonderful flying tumble turn to one. They like their flying starts in New Zealand. They normally have a tower to do a tower start and get an extra point, get extra 50 points. So they've adjusted well with just doing normal flying starts. The three guys we've seen on the water from New Zealand just then are very closely competitive. They've all nearly got identical trick runs, so I guess it's whoever's on point on the day.
Okay, back to the tournament. Like next competitor on the water, Hugh Donaldson's just left the dock, and he'll sit down at what end is that, Glenn? That's got to be the eastern end of the lake. Let the water settle, and he'll be back into the jump course for jump number one. Oh, he's spinning the first one. Yep. Okay.
No, we're facing it. It's got to be wet. It's got to be wet.
Oh, mate, the Donaldson boys having a bit of a go, but just not looking quite comfortable on the jump ramp, are they, Glenn?
No, Ed, maybe a little bit short of a gallop. Been tough for a lot of the competitors at this event to get lots of training time in. 44.5, 44.5.
Who's up there? Grayson Cooper.
Yeah.
44.5. Both the Donaldson boys capable of going up over 50 metres, but yeah, relatively early in the season, coming from the deep south of the South Island. The ice is only just melting off the lake down there in the hood, so pretty early in the season for them to be out competing. But I'm sure they will build through the course of the tournament, should conditions allow.
Okay, on the Barefoot Lake, unfortunately, Grayson Cooper has missed his backwards deep water start. The boat did slow down to discuss it, but have deemed not to offer him a re-ride. So they're going back to the start for our next skier, Grant Plummer from New Zealand.
I'll go look. Are you here from filming from the canteen?
Okay, second jump now, Hugh Donaldson. 44.5 on his first. Just leaving that right ski behind a bit on the ramp. Not a bad jump though.
And see if I can. Okay, so the meeting has been delayed till. Okay, no problem. Yes. Okay.
Okay, from the side. Okay, no problem. Cheers. Okay.
46.8 there. Through to the next round.
You on side? You still on side?
Okay, Grant Plummer on the dock, coming in for his first trick pass. What are we going to see? A flying forwards tumble to one? Or a back flyer? Let's see. No, looks like it's going to be forwards. Yep, another forwards flying tumble turn start. Would probably be to one, given that his first round score was over 1,000. And there it is. Nice start there for Grant. Doing a toe hold reverse. 1 foot reverse, bunny hop, nice bunny hop, tumble turn to one, 360, reverse.
Here we go. It's Hugh now, third and final.
Almost at the end of the course.
46.8, I think it was from memory on jump number 2.
Nice run there by Grant.
Didn't ride that one away, unfortunately. Strange fall. But he's into the next round. He'll be happy enough with that. Okay, we're getting into our top 3 ranked jumpers now. We've got Callan Ashcroft from Australia, Alex King from New Zealand, and then, of course, number 1 ranked jumper, Archie Davis of Australia. So those are our top 3. No 50-metre jumps yet, which is unusual. It is a prelim. You generally find, as long as the conditions are okay, generally find people go further in the final, but haven't had a 50-metre jump yet. Okay, Callan Ashcroft, got to jump up over 50 metres. He's actually in the ultimate skier, and he's got a bit of pedigree and a few things. A little bit funny off the top, but it's still a decent distance. Did that pretty easy too, Callan. He's in good form. So Callan Ashcroft, a bit of an interesting story. His dad's an Aussie, I think, is the story, and his mum's an American skier. And his mum was some sort of a champion show skier growing up in the United States. So he's done a bit of wakeboarding as well. He's not necessarily a confident barefooter, but he feels he can barefoot good enough to maybe get across the wakes a couple of times. I reckon he could be a good shot in the ultimate skier.
Okay, so on the barefoot leg, we had Grant Plummer coming back for his second pass. This is the senior men's trick final. He had a first round score of 14.80. I think he's given that a bit of a smash because he's done a back deep water start, 2 1-foots, 2 toes. He did a beautiful back to front, nice and clean, clear. So great skiing there. So we've got 3 more senior men finalists, all from Australia, to wrap up this event. So come on, Aussie team members, cheer for your skiers. This is a final, so there's some hardware up for grabs.
They can get rid of it.
On the elevation. Yeah, I know, but on like Australia's roads are flat. You know, like if it rains in the middle of the country and it's 500 kilometres to the coast, how long does it take?
Kellen Ashcroft now opens up over 50.2 on his first. See if he can go a little bit further. Makes his turn for the ramp and he goes. Lets that one go. Might have been a little bit late, I'm not sure. The boat seemed to get on him pretty well there. Pop the handle.
Junior Slalom is the next event, and then Senior Slalom is actually going to happen before we go into the ultimate. I definitely don't want to be on the PHP ultimate.
Okay, Peter Roberts on the barefoot leg coming in for his first pass in tricks. He's just done a backwards deep water start. His first round score was a total of 17.30. That's a 1-foot reverse. Nice back to front. Nice front to back, nice and slow. And a back to front reverse. Going down for a 360 tumble turn. Looks to be to 2 feet. He just wants to smash them out. And then going up for some forward toes by the looks maybe, or just skiing out his pass. Good skiing there from Peter Roberts. He was video judging the barefoot jump event this morning, which was a huge task. The event ran for longer than 4 hours. And he was also on site at 6 a.m. this morning, just cropping the weeds down near the barefoot jump there to make sure that it's all nice and safe. So if you see Peter on site, thank him for all his efforts today. He's been doing some gardening, some judging, and skiing for his country.
All right, here we go. Kellen Ashcroft, 50.2, I think it was, on his first. Passed on his second. The big roar of the Malibu as he comes out wide. He's not super wide, though. He's doing pretty much narrow three-quarters. Pretty good to go over 50 metres off these relatively narrow three-quarters. Into the ramp he comes. Oh, nice lift off the top. That's a ripper of a jump from Kellen Ashcroft. Going to be, what, 52, 53, I reckon.
Eyes to the right, Peter Roberts coming in for his second pass. Pretty sure he did a toe up. I missed it, I'm afraid. 2 front toes. Then going to one, tumble turn to 1. Tumble turn to 1 reverse, which means his tumbles down on his first pass must have been to 2. finishing up with all 4 tumble turds to 1. So that's good skiing from Peter Roberts. Next skier on the water will be Ben Greenwell, also from Australia, with a first round score of 2,050.
51.2 from Cullen there. I actually thought it was a little bit further than that, but it's hard to tell. We were sitting behind the ramp. 51.2 is a solid jump. Well, next up is the Kiwis' big hope in this men's jump,
So we're going to run juniors and then seniors.
which of course is Alex King.
That's going to start on that lake at 4. Yeah. And then this is going to start after this event, which will be about 5:30.
Actually, when you come out, you came out kind of okay for that because Hillary jumped in court.
Okay, no worries. So if you can announce it, we're going to bring seniors forward from Sunday as well. They were asking the other day.
Okay, another update on the schedule, everyone. There is some bad weather forecast in the coming days, so we're just going to try and push through as many events as we can. So heads up, barefooters. After the senior men's trick final, of which we only have 2 more skiers, there'll be a boat change and we'll be heading into our junior slalom final. Then there'll be a boat change and we'll be going back to our seniors for their slalom final. So for our ultimate skiers, please stand by for a new start time on the Barefoot Lake.
There's a personal all-time best of 64 odd metres. Long time ago now though, probably almost 10 years since he went that far. 2-handed 3/4, conservative approach. Just missed his kick a little while. I was about to say he'll boot this nicely. He always gets pretty good lift up the 2-handed 3/4, but he actually didn't on that one. Might have been a little bit early and just a bit armsy, I'm not sure. Pulling it on the arms at the base of the ramp. Look, he's done enough to get through to the final on jump 1.
Okay, Benny Greenwell just did a backwards deep water start, a 1 foot reverse, a back to front, almost lost the handle, but saved it. May or may not get paid for that turn. Oh, and he's fallen on his next turn. So that's bad news for Ben. He's not skiing too well in this final. Hoping he can regroup down the bottom end. He's definitely pushing it hard to match his first round score of 2,050.
Then we'll go and get some gas really deep from a van. Cold beer. Waiting.
43.4 opener for Alex King. He will definitely want more than that.
Dressed up boys, I'm sure that happened to you, Ed. Yeah, 3 of us.
But he does love truck. Getting in the gator with Bobber and stuff.
Peter Roberts, do you have a radio?
Okay, there's the roar of the Malibu as Alex King comes on. Let's see if he does a one-handed turn. He's not. He's sticking with a 2-handed turn. Can he get his lift? He's into the ramp with good speed. He passes up late.
Yep, no, that's okay with me.
Hard to get your timing on 2-handed 3/4 times. Yeah, just talking with Ed Donald off here. He always had trouble with the 2-handed 3/4 getting your timing. Mate, back in your day, you would have done the triple cuts, wouldn't you? To go 20 metres?
Yep, that's what we did, Glenn. That's how we rolled, mate. And we hit a solid old 6-foot ramp and just jumped all day. And if you want to see what happens 40 years on, come and have a look at my knee scars. I just had a double knee replacement this year. And I know exactly what caused it, mate. And it was big red.
Katina as well. I've spoken to Katina.
Okay, cool.
I'd stick them down at 1 both parts. Yeah, good time. All that stuff, you ever over that was wrong dipstick or something, eh? I never had it, Dad did it. Oh. Dad had it, and he sold it. There's a joke there, but Dad built the boat.
Okay, Ben Greenwell coming in for his second pass. Didn't do too well in his first pass, unfortunately. Did save and almost fall, and then ended up falling 2 tricks later
Okay,
anyway.
well-
So let's see if he can put it all together. He may have even changed his trick run while we were doing the turnaround time there, trying to maximise his points on this run. Oh, he's looking a bit rattled. Oh, and he's gone for a turn, possibly a 360. But he's given us a wave, he's okay. Next skier on the water, and our final skier for our senior men's trick final is Luke Vanden Heuvel. His first round score was 4,730.
Okay, back on the jump lake. Alex King will not be happy with his set so far. He's got a 43-metre effort and a pass. Can he go? He passes that as well. And oh, geez, this is, wow. I mean, you don't win it on Friday, you win it on Saturday or Sunday, but geez, he's putting himself under a lot of pressure going forward in this tournament. He's only just going to make the final as Alex King, I think, but he will be through to the final.
Okay, Luke Vanden Heuvel coming in for his first pass in this senior men's trick final. He's coming in forwards to do a toe up. And he's nailed it. Crossed the wash, deciding to trick on the left-hand side of the wake. There's a 180 to the back, 180 to the front and the reverse. 1 foot to break the rotation rule. Oh, that looked like a front to front 3 and a front to front 3 reverse, and he's still turning towards the end of the lake. So that was great tricking from Luke. Didn't have a great morning this morning, having put himself under the pressure and not skiing out of his first 2 jumps and having to have to on his third. But he managed to do that, which is great. So we'll just have to wait for the turnaround time for him to come back for his second pass.
Hi then, it's clear. Thanks, Beth. I just need a running order for the juniors for the dock. What's the dock one on the clipboard? Judges should have a running order on the clipboard.
Hi. Pull over the speed of that. Hopefully it's down the heat. Chocolate. We have chocolate before.
Okay, this is super important. The canteen is letting you all know that they now have chocolate. So I don't know why they didn't have chocolate in the first place, but they now have chocolate for sale. So if you'd like something sugary to keep you going through the afternoon, the canteen's now got chocolate on board.
Justin, would we be able to get the running order for the seniors slalom too, please? Yep, sure.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay, here's Archie now, jump number 1. He goes up and over. And, well, that's a decent jump. It's not. I mean, this guy is we've got a PB of 67, 68. And by his standards, that's a pretty small jump, what he just did. But it's still probably going to be over 50, so it's a decent jump.
Okay, after having such a great first pass, Luke van den Heuvel did have an early fall on his second pass. But it's safe to say, I think, pretty safe to say that he is the gold medalist for the senior men's trick event. And that concludes our senior men trick event. We're going to go into our junior slalom final now with our junior girls firstly.
So not 50
and then
metres.
our junior boys. The running order will be Maddie Burke,
the biggest jump so far.
Charlotte McGuire, Ellie Keane, Macy Peebles, then followed by Mitchell Rush, James McGuire, Jack Mathis, and then Toby Duncan, Tom Roberts, and Fletcher Bull.
Slalom, the ultimate, will start from the middle dock here. So I think it might be up the end there, but it's going to start from the middle dock. You let me know?
Okay, another update for our ultimate skiers. The slalom is going to start from the middle dock. So for our ultimate skiers, when you ski your slalom event, it will start from the middle dock, not the dock at the end of the lake. So that's the middle dock for our ultimate skiers for the slalom event on the West Lake, which is the tournament lake.
You probably don't have to do it for now. It's confusing with insurance though, because it's like my insurance gets replacement coverage. So if I get a couple of quotes, will they, even though I've got insurance for 50 grand, if I get a couple of quotes to 80, do I get 80?
Okay, Archie Davis now, jump number 2. See if he can't get his legs on this one. He's got some good speed. No, he misses his kick again. Still a good jump. I don't know, I reckon Kellen Ashcroft's hanging in here. Gotta say, distances are down. Apart from the one shining light, I reckon, from this today has been Jack Silver, actually. At the slower speed of 51k, he was only really 1.5 meters off his personal best at 51k. But these guys at 57k, the distances have been down.
The score for jump number 2 was 50.8.
50.8. I'll tell you what, he's got one more jump to come, but if Kellen Ashcroft goes in to the finalist top seed, that's going to be a bit of an upset. That's not something that you probably would have put money on. Of course, Archie will be last off no matter what because he's off the bigger ramp, but Kellen Ashcroft's got to be feeling pretty happy, and Jack Silver with his performance. Okay. Here comes Archie Davis now. A big moment. Does he get it all together on jump number 3, or does Kellen Ashcroft finish up with the top score. Into the ramp he goes. Yeah, I think that's the one. It's not a massive, massive jump by his standards, but I think it will be slightly further than Callan Ashcroft's 51.2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that the ultimate skier will be commencing. We're going to do something with it on the West Lake. That's the lake over the side that I'm at right now. It's got the big jump thing, but there's a jump on the other lake. So to totally confuse you, it's the one on the side where the sun's going to go down. So we're going to start at the middle dock, please. All the ultimate skiers, get your slalom gear, get yourselves down to the middle dock, not the far dock. That's the dock at the far end. Going to hand it back to people who know what they're doing. Mr. Williams, you can talk now.
Just waiting for Archie's last jump. We think we might have heard 52. Yeah, 52 metres. So, geez, by the skin of his teeth, he's going to have the top seed into the final ahead of Callan Ashcroft. The Aussies have done pretty well on this open jump. Casey Wooderson has got the biggest jump for the ladies. Callan and Archie have got the biggest jumps for the Australians. So that concludes today's tournament skiing. Beautiful conditions here. And as we just heard, we've got the ultimate skier about to start here on the tournament lake.
All right, so how many skiers have you guys got left?